Hey, I'm Viktor Sokolovsky from the CodeSpace company. I would like to welcome you to the Testing Stage conference fully dedicated to software testing and technologies around it. As you probably know, CodeSpace is a Ukrainian company, and Ukraine is currently fighting for the freedom and independence. This event was initially planned as offline, but taking all into account, we decided to run it online to support our software testing community and our economy. Despite the hard situation, we are supported by our sponsors, and this year we have a lot of interesting sponsors. Our general sponsor is a Squad company. Our platinum sponsors are Virex and QMentor. And finally, our gold partner is a Luxoft company. Before we start, I would like to say a few words how everything is organized. You have already received an email with the links to S3 YouTube streams track A, track B, and track C. Conference will be opened by Keynote, and Keynote will be streamed to all streams simultaneously. Each talk is about 45 minutes, followed by a 15 minutes break. And of course, you will have a bigger break for your lunch. For the all conference attendees, we created a dedicated Slack workplace. For each speaker, we create dedicated Slack channel. So if you have questions, go to the Slack, go to the channel and ask your questions. Each speaker is asked to stay in the channel approximately 40 minutes right after the talk. And of course, we created special Slack channels for our partners where you can find a lot of draws, fan activities, and probably some other stuff could be interesting for you. That's all for now. Join the conference, register in Slack, and watch the talks you are mostly interested in. Glory to Ukraine! I hope you will enjoy the conference.
Hey, we're happy to welcome everyone to the Testing Stage conference. I'm Alex.
I'm Mirmek. Together we will share our story of that in Squad.
Hi there, it's Alex, and I'm really excited to invite you to my presentation about Appium 2.0.
Join us.
Don't miss out to learn new things and win cool prizes.
So good luck.
Have a great day.
See ya!
I am here to talk about the future of software testing. I've decided to talk about this by looking at the past, mainly the past. So here I go. I'll click on this button and hopefully you'll see that. All right. Well, I should say a little about where I'm coming from. I have been in the industry for quite a while. As I reckon it, the first solid talk about software testing was published by Jerry Weinberg in 1961. He was also involved in the very first test team in 1958. And it's when I prepared this graphic for the first time, it was 2021. So it's a nice span here. Right in the middle of it is 1991. And I came in 1976 when I was 10 years old, and I did a pretty bad science fair project on computers because I didn't know anything about computers and didn't own a computer at the time. But I soon remedied that. You see, the microcomputer revolution started right around 1977. And a couple years after that, I got my first computer. And then I went professional pretty soon after that. So I was involved with writing video games from 1983 on. I really started getting going when I joined Apple, though, in 1987. And I joined Apple as a software testing manager. So I tried to learn testing pretty intensely since 1987. So I saw what we were doing at that time. I've lived through that era in Silicon Valley. I was in the commercial world of software, not so much in the regulated world or the government world or embedded systems. Being in Silicon Valley, being at Apple, and then later at Borland International, I was focused on selling software products, developing, testing software products to be sold on the open market. Now, the 90s were a really exciting time because we were breaking away from the old ways that people had thought about testing, which was very rigid at that time. And we were trying to break it up and introduce humanity and learning and exploration into software development at that time. That was where Agile came from. Agile was created by other people than me, but they were doing the same kind of thing that I was doing. We were rejecting certain old-fashioned ways of trying to formalize everything and lock everything down, and we were pushing back on that, saying we need flexibility. We need the opportunity to experiment. And that's where I was popularizing the notion of exploratory testing. So the Agile era begins right around 2001, which was also the same year that I was writing my first testing book. And when I was preparing for this talk, I found out, I was looking at old email and I found out that the guy who created Scrum actually asked my opinion about Scrum in 1995 when he was first coming up with it. So I was excited to hear that. I was invited to the Agile Manifesto meeting, but I didn't go because my wife thought I needed to rest instead of be part of history. The ISTQB was created right around 2002 or something, 2001, 2002. And I was opposed to it from before they even got started. And I've been criticizing them ever since. right around 2013, DevOps and shift left began to be very important. So I've seen all this stuff, and I've got some news for you about it. Okay, let's come back to here. Okay, here are two advertisements. Well, one of them is an advertisement. The other one is a column. But here are two pieces that were published in InfoWorld in 1986 and 1988, which I saw in 1986 and in 1988. I saw these, I read these in InfoWorld. And one of them talks about how we're not going to need programmers anymore because software will be written automatically by tools, and it'll be tested automatically as well. And I remember reading this thinking, I can't believe that. I don't think that's true. You know what? It turns out it wasn't true. It's all wrong. The people who wrote this were very confused people. But what I'm saying is that for decades, people have been predicting that we have the end of history. We have the end of the need for humans to do anything. Skilled humans are not necessary anymore. I mean, they were saying that in the 80s, and they were wrong then. And people who say it today, I believe, are wrong now. Now, if you want to know about the future of testing, you've got to know what forces shape the future. That's a key to everything. So here are some of the things that shape the future, I think, based on my experiences for 35 years I've been involved. First of all, we tend to be trapped by the tools that we are using. When management at a big company buys a tool that's very expensive and we're all forced to use it, we don't really have the option of saying no to that. So that shapes how we operate. You might not like Jira, but you're stuck with Jira. And Jira works in a certain way, and it makes certain things easy. It makes other things hard. So that shapes the future. That controls the future of, it controls what can come along and cause us to do anything differently if we are stuck inside our tools. Another thing that's a big deal is nobody has any time to improve their processes. Now, that never really affected me because right from the very beginning, I was less interested in getting work done. I was more interested in figuring out how to do work better. That's just how I am. So right from the beginning, I was focused on process improvement, but I looked all around me and most people weren't. I mean, I was in the testing group at Apple for only a few weeks before I decided that we didn't have enough documentation about how to do testing and I should be the one to write it, even though I was totally new to testing. There were 400 people in that group at Apple, but I was the one that volunteered to try to define our test methodologies, even though everybody was more experienced than me. So it's always been my focus. I've always had a certain ambition for trying to figure out how to do things. And that's why I turned into a testing consultant and a testing teacher, whereas a lot of people didn't. It's also why I stayed in testing when a lot of other people didn't stay in testing. We've got to participate in certain project rituals. We have to deal with the consequences of our actions, except what I've noticed over the years is that it's really easy for people to avoid blame for doing a bad job. And that's especially true now with Agile promoting a so-called blame-free culture, which to me, people are just mainly using as an excuse to not be accountable for the bad decisions that they make and the bad work that they do. It's just very easy to shrug and say, well, it's the team responsibility. It's not my responsibility. So I can do whatever I want and nobody can complain too much about it. So I saw managers 30 years ago who were completely incompetent at their job, and they would just get promoted and they'd go to other companies and they get richer and richer, and they were objectively awful at their jobs. But they were very good at deflecting any responsibility for any of the mistakes that they were making. So that's just one of the issues that's shaping software testing culture, is that bad ideas don't get stamped out because there's no mechanism for stamping out bad ideas. Meanwhile, code is considered real, but what we do in testing is not considered real unless we write code. So people who do automation are considered more real as testers than people who do critical thinking, for instance. People with coding skills, I have coding skills, people with coding skills are considered more prestigious in our craft than people without coding skills. I think that's wrong. I have coding skills, but I don't think that that should mean that I'm taken more seriously as a tester. But that's the way it is because code rules in our world. And testers are expendable. Coders are necessary for projects. Testers are, by contrast, considered to be expendable. So we've always been outsiders. This is true 35 years ago. It's true today. We always have to kind of fight for relevance. And testing is easily faked. That's another problem that we have to struggle with. If you work really hard to do good testing, it can be a source of major resentment when you realize, you look around you and you realize that it's possible to write a bunch of useless test cases and get full credit for testing well as if you were doing a good job. It's hard for people who don't know about testing to tell the difference between a good tester and a bad tester. It's another one of the things that is shaping our craft right now. Meanwhile, technology is changing all the time and experienced people keep leaving. Hey, here is a slide that I used in 1999. In 1999, I made this point that testing is probably not going to change very much because people come into testing and then they just leave a couple of years later. They go on to do other things. And then the new people who come in, they don't know anything. So there's not a lot of energy pushing the craft forward unless you stay in a field for a long time and keep improving yourself and learning and growing. Where is the impetus? What's forcing you to get better and better? I'm definitely better at testing than I was in 1995. I can speak better about it. I can talk about more kinds of tools, more kinds of techniques. I can explain exactly how I work. I've worked in more industries now. I've worked in the medical device industry now, the embedded systems industry, as well as video games and e-commerce. I've been in a lot of different parts of the industry. I've taught in 26 countries. That takes time. It takes time to go around and see things. But if people keep leaving the industry, then it's very hard for evolution to happen. Well, I have a history of speaking about the future of testing. I look back in my archives, and the first time I tried to predict the future was in 1999. And then I have on a regular basis done talks about the future of testing. And here are some things for you to know. All of these things, exploratory testing, GUI level automation, complex automation frameworks. Have you heard of keyword-driven automation, data-driven automation, using spreadsheets and spreadsheet-like documents to define test cases? Testers being integrated with development. Have you heard of that? Yeah, we had all of that at Apple Computer in 1990. 1990. That's not something that came in 2010 with shift left and all that. It's something we were doing 20 years before 2010. In 1989, Apple Computer made a big move to disband its big testing group. We had 400 people in one building doing testing. And while I was there, they disbanded that group and put all the testers onto development teams. So that's not a new thing. And my team at Apple in 1988 constructed keyword and data-driven automation because I had this idea of using spreadsheets. Now, I must have been, spreadsheets had only been invented in 1982. So I must have been amongst the first people in the industry to think, hey, let's define our test ideas separately from the code. And that way we don't have to keep updating the code when we're updating our automation, because we could edit our test case ideas right here in the spreadsheet. So that was an idea I had, and my team implemented it. I'm sure other teams at Apple must have been thinking the same thing, although I never saw anyone else do that. I don't for a moment think I was the first in the industry to do this, but I was among the first. But there are lots of people who seem to think that that kind of testing didn't exist until 2010 or 2005 or something like that. That's just wrong. How about stand-up meetings, paired programming, DSLs, market surveillance used to drive process improvement, all that stuff? We were doing it in the Borland C++ team in 1993. We were getting the developers and the testers together, testing the code very early on. As soon as there was anything there to do, we had developers doing paired programming. In fact, I heard about paired programming at Apple a couple of years before, but I don't think anyone at Apple was doing paired programming. I was doing stand-up meetings in my group in 1992, and when I was running the debugger group. So that's not new either. But some things have really changed since the 90s. Some things are actually new. For instance, it's no longer common to have big test groups with test managers. Test managers have largely gone away. Most people now explicitly work in an agile context. We were doing stuff that was very much like Agile at Borland in the early 90s, but not a lot of other companies were doing that kind of thing. Continuous delivery was never a thing in the industry back then. It's a big deal now because of the internet, which we didn't have much of back in the early 90s. So that meant that I always had a bunch of time that I could test. That was built into the process. Now testers are under tremendous pressure. And since they don't have time to test, everyone says, well, you got to automate. You got to automate everything. So automation is now becoming a real kind of abusive part of testing now. People trying to drive human thinking right out of testing. And this is related to the fact that a lot of companies these days, more companies these days, are actively hostile to the idea of dedicated testers in the first place, which means that testing is in danger. Testing culture is in danger of going extinct in some parts of the industry in favor of coding culture. A more positive thing is that back in the 90s, we didn't have very effective ways to share knowledge. But now we've got YouTube, we've got social media, we've got all kinds of online forums. We have this. I mean, look at what I'm doing right now. I'm sitting here in Washington State speaking to people in Ukraine and elsewhere. So this is amazing. We did not have that back then. So that's good. We also have an amazing free software ecosystem, which we never had back in the 90s. So there's incredible amounts of different kinds of tools that are available to me that I can build off of. And also new software is being built off of these frameworks as well, which means that we can be familiar with these frameworks and be better able to test with them. Certification is a bigger deal now. It was not not anything important back in the 90s, but it's become something that's sort of important, but it's important in the way that COVID is important. COVID doesn't make you a better tester, and neither does certification. I don't recommend certification, and I don't recommend getting COVID. People do it because they have to do it for work. That's usually what it is. So 20 years ago, I made some predictions about how testing was going to end up, and I was wrong about some things. I didn't realize that the ISTQB would become something where testers would feel like they have to fork over money to the ISTQB in order to get work. Now, I'm not certified, and a lot of my friends aren't certified, but a lot of testers feel like they need to be, or else they will not be able to get jobs. By the way, you will be able to get a job even if you're not certified. It's completely unnecessary to get certified as a tester. You're just giving your money to a bully whenever you do that. I didn't think that there would be anything like Agile or DevOps that would come along and substantially change the environment in which we tested, but it did happen. Agile is a different kind of context, and it has swept through the world. And this is, you have to learn about it, and you have to cope with it in order to be effective as a tester. So I have a testing methodology that I teach, but I always have to be ready to talk about how this works in an agile context. And same with DevOps, which is becoming more and more important. I thought 20 years ago that skilled testers would become a united force. This has not happened. It almost happened, but the culture of agile development has prevented skilled testing from becoming a real accepted thing, because the agilists don't believe, they fundamentally don't believe that testers are important. They talk about testing, but they don't actually understand what testing is, in my view. And I hear them talk about testing from the perspective of someone who studied testing for 3 decades. I don't recognize them as talking about testing in the same way that I understand it. And of course, when I argue with them, they say, oh, well, you're the one who doesn't understand testing because you're old. Only the young can understand our rock and roll music. Now, 10 years ago, I made some predictions. 10 years ago, we had the strongest test community ever amongst the context-driven testing world, which is the world that I belong to. We had several different context-driven conferences. We had lots of interesting thinkers talking about techniques and ways of learning testing. But that kind of got shattered when DevOps came along. And the whole idea of shift left has kind of actually pushed interest in testing down. So you have situations like, Facebook famously saying it doesn't really have testers. Google fired a lot of its testers. Atlassian seems to be proud of not having testers, although I understand that they started hiring testers back again after they got rid of them. I've had a few clients who management decided we don't need testers. They got rid of their skilled testers, and then that didn't work, and they hired testers again. I have one client who has gotten rid of the testers, hired the testers again, got rid of them, and then hired them again over the course of 10 years. Like a cycle, like some kind of weird myth, Sisyphus myth that keeps playing out. In all of these years, I and my colleagues, we have come up with quite sophisticated ways of talking about testing. We've refined our vocabulary. And we feel kind of like Jedi Knights. We can do magical things in some sense. But there's not very many of us. And it turns out it's hard to sell skilled testing because it's hard for people to see skilled testing. You can see skilled development because software gets created. It gets created relatively quickly. It seems like it works. Development results in tangible outcomes. Good testing doesn't lead to tangible outcomes. Good testing leads to knowledge, information about risk, and all of that is ephemeral. So it's an inherently difficult sell. It's kind of like selling diet and exercise as a way to avoid getting heart attacks. It's hard to see how diet and exercise helps you not have heart attacks. It's hard to see that. So you just shrug and go, well, maybe it doesn't make much difference. And then you get a heart attack. And then you go, oh, I guess I should have had better diet and exercise. I'm at an age where this really matters. My older brother just had a massive heart attack a few weeks ago. My younger brother and I both have very high blood pressure, and we've been doing things to bring our blood pressure down. I'm on drugs now to lower my cholesterol. I'm trying to take this stuff seriously. But, it's hard every day because every day I feel kind of okay. It'd be really easy to stop taking the medicine and to stop worrying about this. Except, a heart attack or a stroke could strike at any moment at my age. But it's kind of the similar thing with testing. When I'm trying to talk to my clients about the importance of really good testing, it's hard for them to see why this all matters. So I've worked for years and years to practice explaining why it matters. But no matter how good I am at explaining it, it's still hard for them to see. And that's just the nature of testing. I don't think that's going to get much better. I think right now the testing craft is like a desert planet in Star Wars. I think we've got the coders that have colonized our testing planet. The society has been all disruptive. It's now like a party scene. It's like the Wild West. There are some Jedi Knights around who really understand testing, but it's hard to find them. Sometimes they just are quietly doing their business in a corner somewhere. You can become good at testing if you work at it, but you won't get a whole lot of support. Whereas a lot of people just want to get a job on the Death Star, you know, sweeping floors or running their big laser. And everyone is really obsessed with robots and droids. That's how it feels to me like now. I feel like we're in Star Wars. And I feel like the more that the people who are obsessed with automation try to squeeze humanity out of testing, the more software quality slips through their fingers. Now, if you do want to be a part of the skilled future of software testing, which I'm saying is always going to be a small group, it's never going to be very popular. But if your self-respect calls you to be truly good at testing and to know that you are good at testing, then there's some things you can do. There's a lot of bad testing folklore out there. For instance, one of the YouTube videos with the most views about equivalence class partitioning is just full of bad information that's just wrong about what equivalence class partitioning is. And yet there's hundreds of thousands of views of this video. So if you just Google testing and you just read the first things that you find, you're going to see a lot of nonsense about how to do testing. I'll give you some clues. If people talk about writing test cases, they don't really understand testing. It's very, very popular to talk about writing test cases. But writing test cases is like talking about government in terms of writing laws. Being good at government does not mean that you write a lot of laws. Your job isn't to write laws. Your job is to lead. Your job is to understand people and understand different groups of people and the problems they have working together and to try to craft solutions. Writing laws is a small part of that. Similarly, I don't write test cases. I do testing. I have 2 clients right now for whom I am doing testing. And I am not writing test cases. I am performing tests. I am developing test tools, test data, test code. But you can go online and you could be forgiven for thinking that all testers do is write test cases, and then if you're really good, then you automate the test cases. Stop thinking that way. If you want to be truly good at testing, where you're finding bugs before other people find them, you need to study critical thinking. You need to become fast at learning technology, good at social skills. To do this, to work toward this, is a kind of asceticism. That is to say, it's a kind of self-denial. It's a kind of rigid training process because you will not be encouraged by other people to learn this stuff. If you want to learn certain kinds of mathematics, for instance, that will help you be a better tester, very few people are going to encourage you to do that. What they're going to encourage you to do is learn Selenium, is to learn Python, which, I mean, those are not bad skills to know. I program in Python. I use Selenium from time to time. It's just that that's not the essence of testing. Those aren't the universal skills of testing. The universal skills of testing, the skills that I developed in myself in the mid-90s and have been using over and over and over again, have very little to do with technology. They have to do with systematic thinking, systematic criticism, the ability to put my thoughts into words, the ability to construct diagrams and documents that explain things, the ability to train other people in these ways of thinking. Those are the things that I keep coming back to. The ability to interview people, to ask questions, ask the right questions at the right time. The ability to see what's really going on a project, not just what people say is going on. Now, I'm part of the context-driven school of software testing. We declared ourselves in 1999. I wrote a book called Lessons Learned in Software Testing, a Context-Driven Approach, which introduced this idea to the world. It's a pretty popular book on testing. It came out just before Agile became a big thing. My school of software testing is grounded in social science and systems theory. We are humanists. We're humanists who use tools and write software. But we're not technocrats. We don't believe that we can automate everything. One of the key discoveries that we made back in 97, Kem Kainer started a little group of people who met regularly and shared their experiences in testing. And we found out that this is the most concentrated, powerful way to learn about your craft. Get people together and don't talk about best practices. Instead, share your experiences. Share your examples of your work. This is what I teach my clients now. I deploy this internally at various clients that I have. I get them to come together and share examples of their work in a facilitated environment. It is such a fast way to get better at your craft. And you can do this, each of you can do this yourself by getting together with your friends, finding friends, colleagues who may work at different companies, getting them together, meeting regularly. There's a group of testers I meet with every Friday. We call ourselves the band. There's a particular tester that I meet with each Saturday. He's in Bangalore. I'm in the United States. We meet once a week and we test something together once a week. Just practice our testing. Another fellow tester, I get together with him also once a week. But what I do with him is we learn mathematics. We're working through a mathematics book together. This is I call it a coterie. This is my crew of professional friends who help me stay on top of the field. This is my secret weapon. Because I do this, I'm better at testing than people who don't do this. So I would encourage you, find other like-minded people and be like Jedi warriors, practicing your lightsaber skills together. The future of testing needs leaders. Now, I can't tell if my picture is covering up this text, but in 1999, I wrote in an article in Computer Magazine that technological advances and legal and consumer interests will affect the future of software engineering and the future of testing. But the thing that will affect it most are prestigious people, people who are seen to know what they're doing. So if you want to affect the future, become someone who other people consider to be an expert. And the world is open to you. There's nobody who is stopping you from becoming the expert you want to be and then talking about what you think, how you think testing should be. And the way you think testing should be might be very different from how I think it should be. So maybe we'll have an argument on LinkedIn. on Twitter. I used to have arguments on Twitter. I don't much anymore. But that's how we build the future. You know, have you heard of BDD? Where did BDD come from? Well, a guy named Dan North had this idea about BDD, and he pushed this idea and talked about this idea, and it resonated with people. I don't like BDD. I don't use BDD. But the reason why anyone uses it is Dan North made a case that resonated with a lot of people. I've made proposals and I've talked about things in testing, some of which have really resonated with people. And so they talk about my ideas. I've lost out in some ways and I've gained in some other ways, but that's how it works. People get in and they have ideas and they talk about them. And I want to encourage you to do that. That's how things are going to change, and hopefully for the better. All right. Well, if you want to be a real tester, I've talked a lot about what I think real testers should be and what they need to learn. And I've been talking about this thing for 25 years. For 25 years, I've been talking about the kinds of things that I think testers need to read and learn about to become really good at testing. And what you'll notice in this list of materials is there's not a lot of testing books. There's a couple of books on sociology, psychology. There's a paper on cognitive bias. There's a paper on exploratory, actually a little book on exploratory research and how exploratory research works. If you could just pick one thing here and read it and get better, I would strongly urge you to read this. An Introduction to General Systems Thinking by Jerry Weinberg. It's not an easy book to read, but it's a single best book in terms of allowing you to reach a next level of the ability to think like a tester. All right, and I guess I should mention that I have a lot of materials that are available on my website, on Michael Bolton's website, who's my close colleague, on the Rapid Software Testing website. So if you want to learn more about this, you can take a look. So that's all the time I have. Now I'm going to hang out for a little while on the Slack channel and deal with any of your comments and questions. Thank you very much.
I am, he is, she is, we are Squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна бути така, которая тебе вовремя дасть пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. А work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна бути така, которая тебе вовремя дасть пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. А work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we are Squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Welcome on my presentation on testing states about Cypress and Playwright limits. I hope you like the conference so far, and this presentation will live to your expectation. My name is Maciej Wyrodek. I am working at Displate. Displate is a company that is making cool metal posters. You can see them behind me here and on the picture on the slides. I also have the YouTube channel called IT Morning, when I am discussing different articles from the IT world. And unfortunately, the channel is in Polish, but maybe from some of you this will be useful. And today we are here, as I mentioned before, comparing Cypress and Playwright. We'll be looking at the limitation of both frameworks and what they are good at and where they are struggling. We will start with looking at the project, because I don't like to comparing the stuff in Void. If you want to compare them in Void, you can find the tables with the different statistics on different page. But we want to look at some real case where we see the limitation working. To see that limitations, we will start with the one of the biggest, the syntax. After that, we'll look at the another limitations that are affecting continuous deployment, continuous integration, which is management of configurations, logging, and organization of the test. The last but not least, we'll look slightly at the different availabilities of the frameworks. This part is the least valuable for you because the frameworks are developing. I am recording it at the 8th of August 2022, and this conference is in 1.5 months from the moment I'm recording it, so I'm gonna bet you some of the things I'm talking here in that section won't be up to date. And I want to make one thing clear. I'm not comparing these frameworks to say which is better. Both are very good, mature frameworks that are kind of pinnacle of what we can do with coded automation right now. I am sure in few years we'll see different tools going to that space, but right now I think Cypress and Playwright are the go-to tools in most case scenarios. But saying which is better is wrong. You should be asking yourself which is much more for you. I'll give you an example. What is better, scrambled eggs or omelette? Both are made from eggs. Both are food, but are kind of different dishes, and comparing them one to one, it's pointless. So I want to make it clear. Look what is better for you, not which is better in general. And let's start. The project I am here to talk to you about is Displate Brand Control. In short, when I joined Displate, a new project has started. We are selling, as you know, artworks, the metal posters. Some of those artworks is coming from artists that we have a direct deal. They have their own brand on, not brand, they have their own, let's say, shop on our page. But they have very little control on how the layout looks. They can maybe check, change few things and create collections. On the other hand, we have brands, the big brands like Marvel, Star Wars, Stranger Things, which, well, are much bigger customers and they are making much more demands. For example, the license for the product may be not on every market. So to cater to their needs, the new system had to be created, the brand control mechanism, which allows for creation of brands, setting the layout, creation and addition of collection, and what is most important, management of the artwork, starting from the tags, legal info, because the plates for the brands have special legal info on the other side, to the restriction of the region. And I am a strong believer in creation of the data on the fly. From perspective of our automation test, to check one of the latest elements, but the most important one, artworks, we have to create a lot of data in front. We have to create collection, we have to set up the layout, and we have to create brands. Well, actually from the other end, first brand, then using brand, we have to use its ID to create layout. Then using layout ID and brand ID, we can create collection. And then with the brand ID and collection ID, we can add artworks. We have lots of tests on the adding artworks, but we have to do lots of stuff beforehand. As I said before, I don't want to use static data. I am a believer that the tests should be created on the fly, the data, and delete after the test is needed. The data is needed. And in that case, we have two options. Either use UI, which would be long and brittle, or create data by the API. And this is the place where we start to seeing the first difference in the approaches. So, for starters, let's look at the structure of the simple test in Cypress. This is very basic test. So, first, Cypress has its own runner for creating the tests and running them. It's based on the Mocha. It's kind of heavily modified Mocha, but it's still Mocha. And it's using the syntax. So we have the describe, which you can say is kind of the test suite of the test. There should be one describe per file. You can do it more, but kind of it's assumed that you have one in the file. And after that, we have our test. Here the word it. The test itself is using the Cypress DSL, domain-specific language. So standard test in the Cypress, standard chain of the events is starting from the symbol CY, symbolizing Cypress. After that, after dot, we can do our action. In this case, we are going to visit some page. Using Fluent interfaces, we are going to ask for its title, and again, with the Fluent interface, we are making assertion. Of course, we can also break the chain. For example, in our case, we are making another assertion. We are making assertion if there is information about helmed graffiti somewhere on the page. It is simple, it is very readable, and I think anybody can easily write it. This is the strong suit of Cypress. We don't need to even understand much of JavaScript. As long as we are writing simple tests, we are basically living in its domain-specific language, to the point that I believe that learners don't need much JavaScript to start writing the Cypress test, simple Cypress test. Unfortunately, here the war ends. If we want to make something much more advanced, like in our case, the API call test, it's starting to look not as good. This is such simplified example. I'm not using here our displayed API because I cannot from the legal reason, but the page called Star Wars API will be working as substitute. So this test may be not exactly valuable from business perspective, but it's showing the dependencies what I want you to show. So we need to do our few consecutive API calls. We are starting with making the site.request call, which is going to get us some information. We want to use this information. Cypress is working in asynchronous way. So if we want to use the response from that information, we have to do it in this chain. That's why we are using word then. If you know JavaScript, you probably are aware of JavaScript promises, which is one of the mechanisms for asynchronous call in Java. This is basically promise. If you look into the detail of the implementation, it's not 100% clear promise, it's a little more complicated, but for our purpose here and now, it is promise. And if we want to use that value later, we can write it to our variable, and inside that chain, inside of that then, we can make another call with our value. But if we want to use the response, we have to use again word then and go deeper and deeper and deeper. As you can see, it is quite heavy nesting. Anybody who knows anything about clean code will tell you that nesting is not good. And going too deep is problematic. So this is also something that before async and await happened in JavaScript was known as promise hell. Nesting inside of nesting inside of nesting. Yeah, this is not good. What we can do differently, Well, we can do quite a lot of things differently. First, we can use the word before. As you can see, here I'm using before to make some calls. This is kind of splitting the test. It's not entirely proper way of the splitting. It's kind of hack, but this is the hack that we chose to use in our company after looking at its trade-off. So, as you can see, I'm here again in one before making the request, and I am writing the response to the home word, to the variable home word. So why I am not making the next call just here? Because as I said to you before, this is asynchronous call. The home word variable may not be yet ready. Why? Because in the moment when the SCI request was called, this SCI request can be called already. It won't be waiting for the then chain to happen. So the home word value, if we are lucky, may be already filled, or it may not be filled. In my experience, usually it's not. But if we finish our before, the whole section has to wait to finish all calls inside that section before it closes. So doing that hack, we can kind of make it much more readable. There are a few issues. Since this is before from Mocha, it doesn't allow for any parameters from any titles, so we would have to use the comments above to make it more readable. It's not the perfect solution, and it's actually a hack. The more ideal solution is using the word wrap. And how does it work? Basically, wrap is like assignment of the values, but it is created inside the Cypress internals. So we are making our call here for the request. Then we are again using our word then to use the value, but we are wrapping that value inside alias called homework. Now, when we call homework with @ symbol, we'll be using that value. Of course, it's not anything that simple. To use it, we have to use the keyword get, like we would try to get some elements from page. So now by writing scI_get homework, this will wait until that variable is available. And if we want to use that variable, then we have to again use the word then. Inside of this, we can make our calls, make another wrap, etc., etc. So it's a little more code, but it's still much more readable. Do you see the problem with this? What if I need to use 2 or 3 variables again? For example, as I said, we need to use the brand ID and collection ID to create artwork. So I would have to make the homework, make the get homework, and inside of it, make get film, in our case film, and inside I can make finding my call. So we are also going to the nesting hell. It is problematic. If we are needing to make such nested calls, it is problematic. So is it issue with the Cypress? Not necessarily. Cypress has its own philosophy of writing tests. Cypress is designed for fast developer tests that are easy to write, easy to maintain locally. It's not made with things or with the long, complicated test in mind, like in this case. And so how Playwright will deal with the situation? In case of Playwright, the syntax is looking at the first point a little more complex. Let's open our case and compare it to our case from the Cypress. Okay, as you can see, on the left we have the Cypress test. On the right we have the Playwright test. First thing, what you have to notice, we need to use imports to get some elements of Playwright into the test. Then we have our collection, our test suite. Cypress for Playwright is using many test runners. You can use whatever you want, but it also comes with its own runner packed in. This runner is using the structure test describe Personally, I prefer normal describe than test described. And inside of that, tests are described as test, not as it. Personally, I'm actually a bigger fan of the test. And here we have to use word async because this is asynchronous test. This makes a lot of more noise. For example, we have to add to each line, each comment, the word await for the synchronization. But thanks to it, we can write our test from top to bottom. Unfortunately, Playwright doesn't have such nice DSL, so we have first we are making our go to page comment. Next, we are making expectation, and here, basing on what we are provided here, in our case, we provided the page object, we can do assertion on the title. Again, assertions are working in many different ways. Title usually accepts the regex. And on the end, if we want to get the element, to make some assertion on the element, we have to do await, expect for the element, and make the page locator for that element, and check if it's visible. So, this is kind of more complicated than our case for the Cypress. It's much more noise. At first, it is much harder to read. But let's look what happens when we are going to use our case for the automation and for our real world automation. So, oh, sorry, I didn't open the right file. Now, let's move it here. And what we can see here is, again, lots of noise. We are using some elements, the config, that kind of stuff. First, we are making our request. We have to wait for the response, and we are assigning it to some variables. Again, we are not using any dens. We are going straight down in our file. Unfortunately, then something what I don't like, even if you want to extract our value to the value JSON, we have to use await. Again, here we have our people body. With this body, we can make another request, make another assertion, another extraction, another call, and another call. But we are going straight down. If this is reminiscent of anything, it's very similar to our call for before. We're going straight down, but with less hassle. Why I have here console logs? This was experiment I was doing before to actually see how the stuff is working. And this, for some of you may think, okay, but this is not a lot of issue. This is not complicated. Yeah, the Playwright, when you are working with JavaScript using awaits regularly in your work, it's not complicated. You are used to this kind of formula. And let's sum up the comparison. Playwright has much more clear structure, but when we wanted to make much more complicated test, that structure was its weak point. It showed us that we have either follow its philosophy or we will be screwed. This is kind of similar to what my friend told me once. Not so long ago, my friend, being the front-end lead, made a case, the POC, proof of concept at his company, for the Cypress. I told him later, try Playwright. I think Playwright will be better in your case. And I know I'm showing you the messages in Polish. I will be translating to you them. He said, well, after spending some time with both tools, I can say that Cypress is very good for simple tests. Especially when there are not much complication. It's very easy to write, it's easy to understand, it's very intuitive. And there are not thousands of awaits on every line to make it work. But it's kind of similar to Angular. Basically, we are using the API of that tool, not the JavaScript. Which means we are losing lots of controls, and if something is happening unexpected, we usually don't know what is happening, and it's very hard to fix. But Playwright is different. In the case of Playwright, we need the documentation is much harder to get, but when we get through it, we know what is happening in the code and we can fix it. And I kind of agree with him. Playwright is giving us much more control in the code, but at the cost of much more code to write and much harder entry point. Well, but let's go further. So we have our tests and we want to run those tests. In case of CI/CD, we won't be able to see those tests live. So what options we have to then check what is happening in the test? Let's go back to our code. In case of the Cypress, oh, sorry, I broke something in the test when I was playing in the code. Let's run the one of the test. In case of the Cypress, we have the video recording, which is recorded the screen that you are seeing here. We have the all information available here, recorded in our code, which we can later download from our CI/CD to see how they actually performed. Unfortunately, if anybody of you used ever videos, you realize that this means lots of clicking space to stop the video at the right time. We don't have the option for writing to the logs. Yes, we can write to the logs, but this will be the logs visible here. We will see information in this log here, not inside our pipeline log. As with everything in the case of Cypress, there is plugin for that. And this is something that you can kind of make drinking game, because if there is some problem with Cypress, there is probably plugin for that. In case of Cypress, there is plugin called Cypress Terminal, which allows us to collect information to the logs. Output, let's see, terminal, npx run, npx. One moment, I need to remember which command I have set up for the text. Yeah, let's use this command, npx npm Cypress run. Sorry, npm test. If I haven't screwed anything, if I haven't screwed up anything right now, in the commands log, we will see our results from the test. This is the standard video screen that you are seeing when you are running the test in the pipelines, with information what is using, what kind of files were found, and the specs. Here is the tool, the plugin, which is showing us information, what calls were made, what didn't happen correctly. And this is third-party solution. What does it mean? Not so long ago, Cypress 10 came out. Lots of plugins needed update. Not all of them got that, because some are no longer actively developed by the users. In that case, you either had to do your own implementation for the fix, sometimes hoping that someone would merge it to the actual plugin, or create your own copy of that plugin. And in my opinion, this is great. That plugin is great. I have it in my pipeline, because not everywhere videos is useful. So what is the alternative for our tests in case of Playwright? Playwright first writes normally to our console log. So if we run any test, we will see the results in the console log. Let's let it run. Which one it was? One moment, I need to check in which test I have the information. Let's run the other test. Those syntax. Yeah, as you can see, we put our information here in our log. They are visible here. They are normally visible in our code. Additionally, as with the Cypress, we have some sort of a dashboard with some of the tests. Here we can download the test, run them locally. As you can see, there is not much to see. We can download trace and we can see the recording here. How it actually looks, what the call were made. This is another tool that Cypress allows us. It's the trace, the ability to download the file called trace and replay the stuff action by action on our machine, similarly to Cypress dashboard. So, the Cypress UI which we're using before. The difference is Cypress UI doesn't allow you to download the replay and use it locally. You can only use the video. So here I'm going to say this is kind of difference of preferences, but we have different approaches on both tools. Going forward, another thing that we have to take into account is connected to CI/CD, our ability to organize the tests. First thing is reports. In case of Cypress, we have some reports generated with using Cypress dashboard. Unfortunately, Cypress dashboard is paid. There is alternative Source Cypress, which is free. But if you want to write more automation, you probably need to either get Source Cypress or Cypress dashboard, because it is connected to another feature which we'll be talking later. How it is in the case of Playwright? Playwright is here again on the philosophy, get your own. By default, Playwright is able to generate Allure reports, which you can download and upload to your Allure portal, or you can implement or use already implemented any other reporter. Cypress also allows us to create our own reporters, but in most cases, people are using Cypress dashboard for the test results. So, what about the test organization? Here is the biggest issue in my opinion. Cypress by default doesn't have test organization. Cypress allows you only to organize tests by the folder. You have no option to run tests by any other way. You can point to direct to say one test to run. You can say run test from that folder, or you can say run test that follows some naming pattern, like for example using the symbol CY, that kind of stuff. You have no option by default to manage them by tag or anything else. What's doing the Playwright? Playwright is making here a lot more customization again. In our Playwright config, we have lots of options to manage the test. We can split them on different projects. This is one way which we can set up for each product completely different test to run, completely different workers, names, that kind of stuff. And by default, it has also implementation of the grep, which allows us to manage tests by the names. So for example, we can run tests that, for example, are having tags that we create for them. Usually tags in case of the Playwright are put in the test name with the @ symbol. Cypress has something similar. It's called Cypress grep. It's again plugin which you can install, which also allows us to run tests by the names and the tags. And again, the plugin not so long ago wasn't fully functional because the update to 10 broke it. At this point, the plugin is fixed, but we have the issues that for sometimes we as Displayed weren't able to update our test frameworks because the plugin wasn't yet ready. So this is one more thing. Last thing connected to all of this is CI/CD, the whole ability to run tests. You want to run tests in parallel. How you can do it in Cypress? You need either Cypress dashboard or Cypress, which is orchestrator to your test. Without it, you won't be able to run tests in parallel. Well, you can split them manually to run on each agent, but you have no option of parallelization different way. Both Cypress and Cypress dashboard can organize your test for the most efficient way, but you don't have ability to run more than one test on one machine. Playwright, on the other hand, doesn't have great mechanism to split tests on many machines, but if you have powerful machine, you can say in that machine, hey, use that many workers to organize our test. Again, you have ability to put the information about workers, and based on this information, that many tests will be run at one time. Okay, so let's fast forward because we are getting out of time. The last thing what I wanted to mention of you is the kind of table showing different abilities of the both frameworks. Again, this is table that is constantly changing because some features that one framework has are coming to another, and both frameworks are constantly developed. For example, when I was starting making this presentation a few months ago, Cypress didn't have support for cross-domain support. If you started, for example, on one domain, you weren't able to change domain in the test. Now you can. The access to the file system is still limited to Cypress, but you can do much more with it now. Cypress lives on the plugins. You can basically find plugins for the most stuff. Not always working great, but you have great customizability on that aspect. And in case of the parallelization, as we discussed previously, Playwright allows us to do great stuff on one agent, and Cypress allows us to better manage many agents. And from the most important information, I would like to mention learning curve. Playwright has much steeper learning curve. The informations for getting inside it are much harder to get. You have everything on the page there, but unless you read some tutorials, have good information of the JavaScript or TypeScript, it won't come to you easy. In case of Cypress, basically any question you want to get the answer, you will find it easily in documentation. There are some secrets, but it's much easier to get. At this point, I want to make easy summary. As I said before, in my company, we chose the Cypress for that project. It was a mistake on my part. Why? I wasn't as keen on few issues with Cypress. I didn't realize that the nesting, the syntax will be affecting our ability to write tests so much. Because it may become simple, well, this is just syntax, but right now we have issue with managing our test data. We have to make lots of changes in test data, and it's not working very well. The reason why we chose the Cypress was other project in our company has Cypress, and it's working very well for that project. We have the knowledge in our teams, so that was the big point. And we have lots of novice people with test automation, so the Cypress is a good tool for them. And the POC didn't show us the issue with the syntax. This is something that was on my side. I didn't choose the right test for that. But right now, I'm considering making another POC with Playwright with actually what we learned to see if actually changing to Playwright, because this is still point when it's still a viable option, it will give us any benefits, because I am also aware of sunk cost policy. And as I said before, selecting private was wrong choice for us. Unfortunately, there is no option for you to ask question because this is recording, but I will be on the Slack channel. I will try to answer your question, maybe not immediately, but I will try to answer them. So if you want to come with anything from this presentation, I want you to remember there is no discussion about which framework is better. There is discussion which is better for your choice. You need to think on your scenario, how you will be using, and consider some real case example. Don't go for the easiest one, because this may bite you. I know easy scenario is simple to write, but let's take some much more complicated. Even if it will take you for writing that scenario longer, it will be giving you much more information. So the presentation will be available on the page, the same with the link to my repo. At the end, you can find the sources I was using. Thank you again for being on my presentation, and I hope to see you in the Slack channels. See you.
I am, he is, she is, we are Squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sense. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляється. Команда должна бути така, яка тебе вовремя дасть пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is, she is, we are Squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sense. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом 7 часов вечера, ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача, музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sense. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad. I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляється. Команда должна бути така, которая тебе вовремя дасть пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом 7 часов вечера, ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача, музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kiev, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Hi everyone, welcome to my talk, How Minimalism Helps Build High Quality Products. My name is Lina Zubite. I like to call myself Quality Aficionado, even though my current title is Head of Quality at Doodle. You can find me on Twitter as Bagilina. I do like to write on quality topics a lot, and my writings are on qualitybits.tech. And I do have a podcast too with the same name, Quality Bits. So check it out and feel free to reach out to me with any questions, comments, discussions. So let's get back to this topic. Minimalism and high quality products. Why would I even link those? Well, I was reading a lot about minimalism, and it's funny, but I saw so many parallels when it comes to high quality products based on all the experience I've had working with software engineering. So I thought I will add all those parallels in this talk and tell you more about what I've observed and what I find really useful concepts for building high quality products. And they do relate with minimalism quite a bit. So let's set the stage first. Where did I get this idea? I was at a conference, a testing conference. And if you've been at a testing conference, you know that there are talks about tools. I know that as well, right? And I go on a talk, and don't get me wrong, some talks about tools are wonderful. They're very interesting, lots of great tips and tricks. But the talk I was in, it was just saying, this tool, that tool, these tools, this framework, that framework. Oh, as if it's going to solve everything in your world. It was preaching all kinds of tools, and I was sitting there and cringing. I was like, I don't think that, this will actually solve all the problems. And I almost fell asleep in that talk. It was so boring. Tools are great, but what are we even trying to solve there? Tools are not going to magically solve all your problems. It's just tools, right? In the end, it is people who solve the problems, not the tools. So we use tools to solve the problems. And here there's a funny quote as well in minimalism, which says, love people, use things, the opposite never works. And I feel like here we could also say, love people, use tools, and the opposite also never works. So you may enjoy some tools, but in the end, it's people who solve the problems. There was also the case that I saw a company where there were 100 employees and there were 120 tools. That means that actually, even if they had some common goals in the company when it comes to employees, you could say that every employee introduced a new tool. And you may ask me here, so there's so many tools. Everything must be sorted out and in order with no problems. Maybe everything is automated and there's a very smooth process, whatever you do, and you can get answers very easily because you're paying for so many tools. The answer is nope. There were plenty of problems. Those tools, well, they not only did not solve the problems, but they also created multiple problems, because sometimes you would try to find an answer in a tool and then you realize that it just partially answers. It does not give the full answer to whatever you were looking for. Then you have to use 3 other tools to combine the full answer, and you are lost in noise and you have no clue which one to use because there's so many options. So this is actually overwhelming. It's not really helpful. And I keep on thinking in situations like this of Agile Manifesto. And you may say, Lena, really? This woo-woo thing, this Agile thing? I know. Agile has become a little bit abused, let's say so, because many companies do it wrong and they forget that there was just this mindset behind it. So this Agile Manifesto was created like a reminder for us how we should work. And it says that we are uncovering better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others do it. Through this work, we have come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following a plan. That is, while there is value in the items on the right, we value the items on the left more. This means that even though tools are great, right? But maybe we value other things more. And even though we do enjoy documentation, but we do want that our software would work. I come back to this manifesto time and time again, because I feel that this is the crucial core idea of Agile. And whatever process you end up using or tool, that's not what Agile may be. It's just a way to use something or do something, but it's not changing the interactions or customer collaboration and responding to change. It's not doing it for you. You're still doing it yourself. And one particular point here is individuals and interactions over processes and tools. That's how I started the talk, right? The tools, the processes. What if we actually concentrate on the individuals and interactions first before we go to use tools? Digging deeper into Agile Manifesto, I also found Agile principles behind the manifesto, and there was one that also stuck with me. Simplicity. The art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. As someone who has read about minimalism, simplicity, essential. The words started getting to me. And this principle is basically meaning that we would eliminate waste, that we would do less. Actually, we would not do crazy amounts of work at the same time. And then in the end, we will do more. So less is more. Funny, right? This adds up to the concept of minimalism. So you may also say, okay, Lena, this all sounds great, but how do we do it? And we have certain teams and companies and contexts. And yeah, this is a great woo-woo thing. Well, let's take a look at it. So first of all, let's start with the idea of minimalism, right? So we still need to get through the definition. Minimalism is intentionally promoting the things we most value and removing everything that distracts us from it. It is marked by clarity, purpose, and intentionality. I really like clarity, purpose, and intentionality. And we'll take a look how it could link with our work as well. There's one lady that gets very much associated with minimalism. That's Marie Kondo. Marie Kondo is known for decluttering ideas, and her work in also Netflix's show Tidying Up. And she released a book where she added all these ideas. She basically says, if you pick up a thing and that thing is not sparking you joy, you should let it go, right? You should actually not have it. So you should have things in your life only that are sparking you joy. You may say, come on, like there are still essential things. Yeah, there are still essential things. So those you will have and you will keep with them. So don't think that minimalism is about getting away from everything. No, it's okay. Like you can have your essentials. You don't have to have bare minimum if it adds you some kind of comfort. Even if it's not sparking joy, it's like it's essential, right? So let's not mix it up. But Marie Kondo does have lots of great ideas. I saw this quote and I really liked it. So it says, when we really delve into the reasons for why we can't let something go, there are only two: an attachment to the past or a fear for the future. I really see the parallel here to software development. If you've heard of the concept sunk cost fallacy, it's basically our tendency to not let go of things where we invested a lot. So it's our attachment to the past. If we put so much work into something, we're less likely to let it go. And the fear for the future is also another thing that makes us delve into reasons why we can't let go. In software development too, we may say, actually, this may happen, and then that affects the way you feel about the product, and you may act accordingly. So these concepts sound like something we could use in software development, right? So minimalism, simplicity, intentional work, I believe they actually are the base of teams building high quality products. And why do I believe that? Because if you look at the definition, couldn't we just replace minimalism with high quality products? Because high quality products are actually something that are intentionally promoting the things we most value and removing everything that distracts us from it. It is marked by clarity, purpose, and intentionality, right? So our products are marked by clarity, purpose, and intentionality, but you could also say the ways of work, the way we are doing and creating those high quality products, they're also a lot of things that we could learn here. So we would want to have work that's efficient, and we remove the bottlenecks. So we remove everything that distracts us from it. This is a really nice analogy. So let's dig deeper, right? So how do we actually do this, and where could we find some lessons from minimalism that we could apply? So I'll share some stories from about these known topics for us close to engineering, as well as some tips on where I think some minimalism lessons come in and what we could do. So when we talk about ways of work, very often what we hear is Jira. Jira is how we work, right? So I do like Jira, don't get me wrong, but the way that some people think that way of work is Jira, it's not really, right? It's just a tool that helps you out. So when I Google Jira, I find these articles. So this is just one of the articles that I found, no credits given here, not to mock anyone, but this title makes me cringe so much. A guide to Jira workflow, best practices with examples. And there's this huge spaghetti kind of graph, which already gives me a headache. Oh, and best practices. In one of the Quality Bits episodes, I spoke to Steve Upton, and we were talking how best practice is actually a harmful phrase, because sure, there are good practices, but if it works in your context, that's up to you to decide, right? So there's no best practice, there's no silver bullet that works for everyone. And here it's also as if, you know, it would help you work with each other. Nah. And come to think of it, I remember this funny example, how once there was an idea in the company I worked at to introduce flags in Jira. So when you are blocked on something, you would just flag something. That was such a solution, right? So people were saying, hey, we're getting blocked. And the person that was working a lot with these Jira workflows and who had lots of experience there was like, oh, no problem. So if you're blocked on something, let's just add a flag, you know, and then it will raise awareness, and then everyone will know, and we will sort out the problem. And that's what we would do. So if I'm blocked on something, I would add, okay, I'm blocked here, and I'm blocked because this team needs to develop something before I do that. And after a little bit, we realized that, so what? We're marking things with flags and nothing's really changing. The same problems are still there. And one of my colleagues had a very funny quote. He said, well, you can tag it with every flag in the world and it still won't help. I laughed at it, but it was a little bit of a laugh with the tears in my eye, because it was so true. It wasn't the flag that was solving anything. It was actually the fact that we had to talk to each other that would have helped. So in these situations, let's ask ourselves, what is the purpose of whatever tool we have? And whatever we're deciding to do, are we actually intentional and clear with it? When it comes to tools and these ways of work, like if you look at the actual, just like the starts of collaboration, individuals and interactions over processes and tools. So Jira is just a tool, right? But what is behind it is all this collaboration. It's individuals and interactions. And I recently saw this tweet. Wait, you all don't use user stories? No, what for? To have stories. How do you break stuff down? The team meets, talks about it, maybe sketches, and then we build it. Without stories, you might take notes or diagrams and make them stories. No stories. And this tweet is by someone pretty known in product field. And you may think, well, shouldn't they be promoting user stories? And, I do love user stories myself. And I feel like crisp, nice, short user stories are amazing. And then they can make us build really great products. However, if the team is fine to work without a user story, no problem, that works for them, right? This is their way of work. They talk about it, they sketch it out, and then they build it. Great. But we're sometimes so stuck with our status quo and whatever we have that we're not questioning things. And we even answer, to have stories. What for? To have stories. What kind of argument is that? And when I think, okay, individuals and interactions over processes and tools, it makes me remember the team I worked in. And this is an actual picture from that team. At the start, we didn't have Jira. We had no access to anything. We were just starting to build everything. And we just had a room. And we had lots of Post-its and we had lots of boards and we would brainstorm everything. And it was evolving. So we just started with a few columns, a few tasks, and then we just grew. In this picture, you can see the board behind. That was our actual development board, whatever was ready to pick up or it was in development. And you even could see avatars on some of the stories. So this was all a physical board. And the team had an actual stand-up. So every day, the team would meet up and they would go around the board and they would give their updates. And here you may say, yeah, this was before pandemic. Yeah, it was before pandemic, but I feel like there's a lot here to learn from this because you don't really need a specific tool to do something. You still can do the work. It looks just different. And whatever works for this team. So here also you can see that there's a laptop open and I as far as I remember, there was someone online. So we actually were doing a hybrid meeting. So they were being involved and we were sketching and using whiteboards to decide on a new solution. So you don't necessarily need a certain specific tool. What matters for ways of work are individuals and interaction. So instead of using lots of flags in Jira, maybe you could just go to that team and say, hey, what's up? Are you going to work on this? If you're not going to work on this, when are you planning to work on this? That's it. Talk to each other. Next step. Engineering simplicity. There was a simplicity principle, right? So let's dig in here. There's one thing that we often see, over engineering. And you may think, hey, you're head of quality. Don't you think that we should build amazing, perfect quality? I don't believe in perfect. I don't believe in best. I believe in good based on the context, and I believe in context. I would answer very often, it depends. It doesn't mean that you're doing something completely basic and without anything, and we'll get into this. But there are some concepts in engineering simplicity that can help us a lot. And there's this quote that I really like by Reid Hoffman, founder of LinkedIn, who said, if you are not embarrassed by the first version of your product, you have launched it too late. So we all may have seen big bang releases with lots of features and lots of things going on. Maybe that not necessarily was a great thing. Maybe we should just have given it to users and for them to give feedback to us. An example of this is a Microsoft band. I don't know if you are aware of this product, but it was released in 2014. And it was a pretty fascinating and full of features Microsoft band. It was like a fitness watches we have, right? So I have Apple Watch now. But this one, it not only had all the fitness tracking functions, not only you could access apps, you could even have a microphone there. It was so full of features. But in a sense, it had a bit too many features. And also the price of it was a lot for people who have never used it. And there were other competitors in the market that had better options. So this was discontinued and it flopped. Lots of engineering efforts. Maybe just hypothesis, but maybe if they released with less features, they could have gotten some feedback and realized what people need and improved on it instead of just building it and then flopping. Joshua Kerevsky is about to release a book, Joy of Agility, and there he states this mantra: start minimal and evolve. I really like this mantra because I feel like it touches on minimalism as well of how to build high quality products. And there's also one concept in evolutionary design. So evolutionary design states that it's the practice of growing a system in a natural way by adding the minimum amount of code to satisfy the business needs in an iterative and incremental approach. This is very similar to MVPs, right? To minimal viable product. And very often I see companies that they do not really know how to build MVPs. Very often MVPs are huge. They're I don't know, they're Microsoft bands. And here is a big challenge also, like how to have enough of trade-offs, right? How to balance out the quality and what we have and have certain needs there. And I'd like to introduce to you this concept of desire paths. I really like this example. So basically, in architecture, there was this case where they built a campus. This is not the exact campus. This is Brazil, by the way. But they built the campus for university, and the architect did not add the pathways in the campus. And some people were like, oh, why aren't you adding, you could just have a pavement like for pedestrians to walk, some paths. And the architect said, yeah, but I'm actually not adding it on purpose. I want my users to tell me where are they going to walk. And once they actually step into this grass and they make the pathways, this is where I'm going to lay down little pathways and make pavements. And I feel like that is a great concept, right? So they call this desire paths. And in tech, we also could learn from it. So we could first release the product, collect lots of data, understand what our users want, and see how they behave. Actually make some kind of decisions for our next steps when we actually release the first part of the thing, not only releasing the big bang product. A book that I really would like to recommend you is Building Evolutionary Architectures by Neil Ford, Rebecca Parsons, and Patrick Waugh. It's actually a fascinating concept. I didn't think that I would be so into architectures as a QA, but I am, because it's talking exactly about this, that we have to build architecture which evolves. And for this, we also have to have fitness functions or something that manually or automatically gives us some kind of feedback on how we're doing in our architecture. So it still doesn't mean that we're just blindly building something and a little thing, but we also have some quality checks, right? So it's about this trade-off and balance, right? That we are balancing this out and making sure that we can grow our product and have an evolution with it. Another concept I'd like to share with you is this German word that I'm going to butcher now, which is Datensparsamkeit. There's an article by Martin Fowler with the same name where he explains this concept in more detail. But it's about the fact that if you are building some system that uses lots of data, don't use and take all the data you can get. There's this misconception that, you know, we should take all the data we can get and store it because who knows, maybe you will need it. But with a lot of data comes lots of responsibility. So I'd say don't need it, don't store it. Because if there's a data breach or something, then you will be one more source that could be actually attacked, right? So you could be actually causing privacy problems and security problems. What's more, you're causing more problems for yourself because you're creating noise. So you're not having only essential data, you're having so much more. So it's hard for you to find whatever you need as well there. So if you don't need it, don't store it. An example here I would have is that once we worked in a team where we were just sending out an email about a confirmation of the purchase. In that email, we had to add the 4 last digits of IBAN, so we'll have a payment account. So if a customer made a purchase, we would say, okay, we charge your account, and then there will be XXXXX, and then there would be last 4 digits so the person knows where they were charged. The challenge here is that the provider at the start actually wanted to send us the full IBAN. And if we did not question it, we would have stored the full IBAN, and there would be 2 sources in the company, 2 teams that would be prone to risk of data breach attacks, right? So if someone stole our data, they would get all the IBANs, which is private information. So what we did, instead of just storing it and then thinking, okay, how do we secure it? We actually asked the provider team, hey, you know, we don't really need a full IBAN. Could we just get the last 4 digits? And they were like, fine, sure, no problem. And in this way, we avoided storing what we don't need. So we store only what we need. And then it was easier for us when it comes to privacy and security, as well as, you know, not causing any problems there. So don't get overwhelmed with data because that can be really noisy for you. So don't store what you don't need. I have to talk about safety nets because when we discuss about, you know, shipping the MVP, shipping fast, you may think, okay, what about quality? And yeah, I love quality products, right? And high quality products. And you may think, come on, like, will it be high quality product? Well, there is this quote also that says, it's better to build the right thing wrong than to build the wrong thing right. So we did tackle this part, right? So evolutionary design, evolutionary architecture, great. So we can work on it. But it doesn't mean that we're working without any safety net. So we want to make sure that we fail fast wisely. And how can we do it? Well, one literal example is from real life, right? So when the Golden Gate Bridge, the iconic red bridge that you see in San Francisco pictures, was being built, it was an enormous structure. The years were Great Depression years in the US, so people wanted to get work, but it also was a really scary project because if you fell from that bridge, you would die. And in order for this project to successfully continue and provide safety to the workers, the project's lead did invest a lot of money to create the safety net. So if someone slipped and fell, they would be caught. And I love this idea. Sure, it was extra investment, but it wasn't as huge of investment, and it provided security for the people working there. And I feel like there are investments that we can do as well, building high quality products and building right products, even though it's not perfect implementation, we do need safety measures. And that is automation tests. We have to have automation tests. If we don't have it, how will we know if we fail? We need to have a proper feedback loop there. And some tips here that I have that for you to try, and maybe it doesn't make sense, so take it with a pinch of salt. Test-driven development, big fan. Why? Because you're developing and you're writing tests. You write the test first, you see it fail, right? Because you haven't implemented yet the functionality. And then when you do implement, you see, okay, the test is passing. So you have both things. You have the functionality plus you have the test. You already have feedback for you. So when you work on something else, if something breaks, you will get feedback. Another thing is balancing your tests based on your context. And also we say 80-20 rule that I hate these test coverage metrics that is 100% because you can really rig it. You can test functionality instead of testing your, you can test, your function, right? You could test the implementation detail, but that's not the good test. What you should be testing is actually the behavior, right? What you expect it to do. So it shouldn't be tightly coupled with your implementation detail. It should be a little bit detached. So even if you change the code, the test is still okay. And balancing your tests means that you shouldn't have just one type of test. So it shouldn't be just end-to-end tests or unit tests. It should be a balanced level. So if it makes more sense for you to have more integration tests, great, have some integration tests. But unit tests are the cheapest. So always have it in mind, what's the cheapest, fastest, most effective feedback that you can have, and balance it out, because end-to-end journeys are great, but they are very expensive. And maybe you could even have no end-to-end tests. I've seen teams like this because they could cover all their testing in lower levels, like contract tests, integration tests, or unit tests. And if these two sound like too much of a fantasy level, and you may say, oh, we don't really do it in our company, we haven't started from scratch. I get you. It's hard to start there. But there's one simple rule that you could start enforcing. Fix a bug, write a test. Bugs are symptoms of a failed system. You don't want it to happen again. So create a test. And then you will have feedback. If it happens again, you will have the test. And this is you building your safety net. Now, understanding the problem. This is the essential part of whatever work we do in the software engineering field. Before we search for the solutions or say, oh, this tool will solve everything, let's understand what we're trying to solve, right? What is the actual problem? I really liked how in one Quality Bits episode, Nadine Oldorf has said, get the problem to the bare bones. We were talking about user stories. We were talking about how to actually make a very nice, crisp user story. And she said, yeah, get it to the bare bones, to the basics, the simplest thing you can get. And then you can work from there, right? So once you have the little pieces, step by step, you will manage. And this comic I just had to include because I find it very funny. It all makes sense, especially when I was recently at the talk where an agile coach was telling the story how in many companies, people don't really know why they're going agile. And they asked the people there, and they were like, hey, why are you trying to go agile? And the people said, oh, I don't know, my manager told me to go agile. I go to the manager, they're like, okay, why do you want to turn agile? Well, apart from giving those, actual school book reasons that, oh, we want to be agile, we want to be effective, like when you dig deeper and you're like, okay, but why exactly you want to be agile? They're like, yeah, our CEO told us to become agile. And then they asked that CEO, right, why do you want to be agile? And it turns out the real story was that they went some golf course, they met another CEO, they spoke together, and they said, oh, the great thing happened. We went agile. Oh, agile. I should try as well. That's how a lot of companies go agile. That's why it is such a curse word everywhere, because we are abusing it. We don't understand what it is, right? And yeah, because competitors do so. So often when we are trying to solve something, let's ask what's the actual problem reason, right? Maybe we're solving the wrong thing. And use tools only when you properly understand the problem. And then you will be speeding up, right? So don't just add many tools and hope that you will be faster. No, they actually can make you slower because you may not know what you're exactly tackling. So understanding the problem and your use case, you will be able to understand what do you need for that as well. I'd like to suggest you one technique. It's called 5 whys, and give you an example of how you could use it. So always question the status quo, question whatever situation you have. And I feel like as a QA, I often say I'm a question asker as well, because I ask many questions to understand this root cause of things. So imagine CEO wrote to you and they're saying, oh, let's get the shiny new end-to-end automation tool. It could help. No. You ask, why did this come up? Well, we have had many issues in production due to bugs. Okay, makes sense. But why did we have issues? Well, we had no tests to provide safety feedback, so everything kept on breaking and we kept on rushing. So makes sense, right? If we have end-to-end automation tool, we would get feedback. But here I would not stop. Because I'd say, okay, no test to provide safety, everything kept on breaking, we kept on rushing. That's a lot to unload here. So I would dig in deeper. Why? We wanted to deliver features, but also had many reappearing bugs to fix. Interesting, reappearing bugs. Why did you have reappearing bugs? I said, well, we had no tests to tell about bugs. We don't have test automation, even unit tests. We felt like there's no time for that. It's really interesting. So we're talking here about end-to-end automation tool, but we are learning that the team doesn't even have unit tests properly set up. We also see that they didn't have time for that. So how are they going to get time to look at whatever end-to-end automation tool generates as well? And then we can also dig deeper. Okay, like why was that? And then we felt pressure from management. Oof. So here we're actually uncovering lots of systematic problems, the pressure, the psychological safety, the feeling that there's no room for failure, or there's no room as well for tests because we're so hurrying. And then when it comes to tests, we don't even have unit tests. So looking at this situation, what I would advise is absolutely not getting this tool, because we don't have time to take a look at this tool, right? And we have bigger problems. We should actually collect all those items and work on it, right? So if you don't have unit tests, those are much cheaper and more effective and faster tests. So let's have those instead of this end-to-end automation tool. If you don't know how to write them, let's get a workshop. Let's work on the problems that we have. And don't get me wrong, tools are not bad. I love tools. They help us. Just use them wisely to solve your problems. Don't overdo the tools, because then you will end up in a huge chaos. There's this beautiful little story that I've heard somewhere, that Buddha arrived at a river and the people waiting there asked him to cross it by walking over the water. Buddha pointed to a boat and said, there's a simpler way. So even if Buddha had an ability to walk over the water, why would he walk over the water when there's a boat? So tools are exactly that, right? So they help us improve and do things faster and in a simpler way, but we have to be wise about it and not just, expose all of our powers and just be like, oh, this tool can do everything. If you don't need to use it, don't use it, right? If you can have something simpler, just choose what's simpler, choose the simpler ways. And this is a lot about minimalism and what's essential, right? So just choosing what we actually need. Here, I would like to remind you of this XKCD comic, which says, is it worth the time, right? So should you actually invest in getting the tool if it's not saving you that much of time? So if we look at this, so how much time you shave off and how often you do the task. So this way you can actually evaluate how much you should invest in order to automate it, right? So you could say, okay, if I write a script to do something instead of me, then you know how much time I'm willing to invest so that it would pay off. So if I do the task, let's say monthly, and I shave off 30 seconds, then if I invest 30 minutes right now, I think it will pay off pretty well. But then if it's not really paying off and I need to invest more time to automate something, it's not worth it. The same happens with tools, right? So sometimes it's just not worth it to get some extra tool, which will cause more problems for you. So always ask yourself what is needed, what simplifies your work, what makes you more efficient, and work with intentionality and clarity and purpose. So if there's one lesson I want you to remember from this talk, it's that to build high quality products, I believe that we have to make essential decisions, to have this word essential in our heads from minimalism, right? What is essential for us? With clarity, purpose, and intentionality. And there's the saying, less is more, and less is so much more. So let's remember it when we are working on building products, because sometimes having more, we generate cognitive load, and that is not helping us at all. So less is more, and that can help us so much in build more quality products. Thank you so much for coming to my talk. If you would like to reach out, go ahead. I'd love to hear from you. And I did add some resources as well that you could check out. And I hope you enjoyed this talk and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you and bye.
I am, he is, she is, we are Squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, because who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна бути така, яка тобі вовремя дасть пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. А work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя дасть пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. А work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad. I am, he is, she is, we are Squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна бути така, которая тебе вовремя дасть пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is, she is, we our squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача, музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad. I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляється. Команда должна бути така, которая тебе вовремя дасть пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом 7 часов вечера, ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. А work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad. I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача, музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sense. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача, музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, because who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad. I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, because who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что Папа работает? Нет. Папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляється. Команда должна бути така, яка тебе вовремя дасть пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет. Папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad. I am, he is, she is, we are Squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна бути така, яка тебе вовремя дасть пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача, музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is, she is, we are Squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, because who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляється. Команда должна бути така, которая тебе вовремя дасть пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is, she is, we, our squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, because who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad. I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляється. Команда должна бути така, яка тебе вовремя дасть пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. А work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача, музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad. I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останній момент думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останній момент думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we are Squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kiev, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, because who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Hey everyone, welcome to our presentation. It's called 50 Shades of SDET. I'm Alex.
I'm Yermek. Together we have almost 20 years of test automation experience.
Right, and a short disclaimer. So this is not a tech talk, this is not a workshop, so you won't find a lot of technical details in this presentation, but we'll try to ensure that after this presentation, you will have a lot more questions than you had before it.
And if you are interested in more technical details, then you could scan this QR code, which leads to our YouTube playlist with our tech talks. And also, going further in our slides, you could find more QR codes with more details for each slide.
Yeah, and let's start with some questions. So ask yourself, do you fully understand what is SDET? And do you really understand what to expect from the engineers that take this role? And also, if you're working as an SDET right now, do you 100% sure that all the things you do right now fall under the definition of SDET on the market? And there are a lot of different questions and discussions around SDET. One of them is, should SDET be a part of development team or not? And actually, we won't cover all these questions fully in this presentation, but we will try to touch slightly all of them. And from our experience, SDET is like a samurai. So there is no goal for him, but there is only a path. And let's move a little bit back in history and try to remember where and when it all starts. So Yermek, do you remember?
Yes, SDET term stands for Software Development Engineer in Test, and this job title was first introduced by Microsoft in 2005. They said that testers are developers, which, among other things, also design tests, influence product design, conduct code review, root cause analysis, and write test automation. Amazon, Apple also use as that job title, while Google have another title called SET, Software Engineer in Test. And as that knowledge of software development is often focused on testability, robustness, and performance testing, and they usually play a contributory role in the creation of new software. In Ukraine, this hype was around 2017, 2020s, where a lot of companies introduced to this job title and their career path. QA automation started to transition to SDET positions, and it was a hot topic in the test automation conferences at the time. And at that time, approximately, we are joined Squad organization.
Yeah, and let's touch the topic of growth of SDET and Squad a little bit right now. For that, we will need some context. And let's start with the product that we're working with. So it's an Internet of Things product. We're working with physical devices. It's doorbells, indoor-outdoor cameras, smart lighting, security systems such as alarms and different sensors. And on the client side, you have Android and iOS applications, and all these things together, they are connected with the cloud backend. And our team actually grew from 2 engineers to 50 plus in 5 years. Several departments were formed during this time. And actually, this is a reference to the name of our presentation, like 50 Shades of SDET, as we have 50 plus engineers and in different departments. And all of them share the same role, but the focus is different. So these are the shades. And if you want a little bit more information about the technical challenges we faced in our path, there is a link in the QR code, so you can watch more there. And yeah, so there are specializations in our departments, and let's see how they formed. So everything started with one team, So there were not so many engineers in it, and the product wasn't as developed as it is right now. Not as much hardware products, not as rich application in scope of features, and we were able to cover all the bits of the systems together as a one team. But time goes and changes come.
Yeah, changes are inevitable. In our case, one of the organizational changes triggered our evolution. The responsibility over a backend and app divided. It resulted in teams movement and ownership transfer. So we had to react to these challenges. So initially, we had one monolith test automation framework, which covered all backend services and mobile app. There were tens of different modules and a lot of dependencies. So we started to extract common modules and put each dependency in a separate repository. As a result, we divided backend testing and mobile testing in a separate frameworks. Backend covered streaming and performance functional testing, and mobile also covered functional testing and end-to-end testing.
Yeah, so I work closer with mobile part, and we'll start with it, and then we'll go further to cloud. So imagine you have to test one hardware device, and you want to automate its end-to-end flows, for example, setup or different major features. So you have to control this device somehow, and you'll need a microcontroller for that. And if you want to automate this setup flow, for example, you'll need a mobile phone. And for that, you'll need to control the mobile phone too, and we'll need some executor for that. And you also want to have some test infrastructure and reporting and so on. So you'll need to have some cloud stuff in this situation. And everything seems feasible. And we remember that we had not a lot of engineers that are working on everything all together. But the story is different when you have a lot of hardware devices, and you have to develop and support all this kind of tests, and you have to spend time, resources, and so on. And if you're trying to work on all of it together, it's becoming a mind-blowing experience if you're trying to do it alone with other stuff. That's why we decided to split our teams into two parts, and one of the teams, it's called like teams that was focused on mobile clients, and the other part, it actually was responsible for the end-to-end test automation that involved all these interactions between different devices and developing all the infrastructure for that. But that's not the end. So let's imagine that we're living in this small little house on a cute tree. But one day we have a dream. And our dream is about something bigger, something more, something more, right? And in this scenario, we have a huge building that requires something that this little house is missing. And actually, that's a basement. And this analogy applies to a lot of things in the world, as well as to the processes in development and test automation. And this is the experience we faced. And let's see. So we had a situation where we had development teams, and they had some abstract names, and the responsibility they had, it was actually shared, and that was a mess from our perspective, because you never know what test cases are owned by what team and what bugs will be fixed by what team, and if a new feature comes, who will take this feature. And for automation, that was a pain, and yeah, it was actually a really problematic experience. But there was a lucky day when the ownership was split, and team AB, it was responsible for the feature AB, and for example, team E was responsible for feature E. And actually, that's an ideal situation when you can predict where new features go, who is responsible for them, who is responsible for manual test cases, and that actually is a basement for the automation. And we were happy to introduce SDETs into these development teams so that they could focus on the needs of these feature teams and be responsible for the automation there. So actually, it formed another team in our department. It's SDETs and feature teams. And these guys, they actually are pretty much the same, but a little bit different in some ways. So, for example, some features are more some features need to have more testing in scope of functional testing. Some features need to be tested in scope of visual and maybe performance. And these guys, they have like different approaches, different tools for test automation. But when the release comes, they need to report as one. And actually, someone has to back these guys up with reporting, with common automation of their routine work, and also with some test automation frameworks. And yeah, there is a separate team for that. So these guys work on development of framework and common functionalities. They automate reporting and also some analytics that is being collected while guys are working. And also, whenever a new testing type needs to be done, the guys take R&D on themselves, and then they just release some common functionalities that can be used by these feature teams. And so there is a separate direction in our activities, and it's called tooling and process automation. A little bit more about them on the YouTube. But that's not all. And we had another and the last team in our department. And let's imagine that we need to build something like that. So I'm not sure that you are building this once a year or once in 2 years. And this thing requires a lot of special equipment. And actually, this applies to test automation too. When you work with some product that is based on different new hardware devices and involves a lot of integrations, you eventually need to create some new tools or some systems that will help you in your daily work to do test automation better and to make quality of your product higher. And yeah, so we have a lot of laboratories that need to be maintained and developed too. And this team is called Core and Infrastructure. So guys develop and maintain infrastructure for laboratories, work on some specific solutions for performance or profiling testing, create different brokers and other standalone services that help us in our like day-to-day work. Right, and let's sum up. That's the current structure of mobile automation department that we have. So we can move to the cloud part.
Yeah, for cloud, it's a little bit different because for mobile we have dozen different development teams working on the single app with common release cycle, while on the backend side we have also many teams which owns one or few services each. So it was natural to divide test automation for each service because each service has own release cycle and we had many releases during the week. So we started to extract SDKs, which helps to interact with the service, and functional test for each service in the separate repository. And as I said, each service has own development cycle. So our next challenge was to integrate our test automation into delivery pipelines to enable faster feedback for developers and faster release cycles. And the concept of these teams is that each team owns the service, is responsible for development, testing, release, and maintenance. So testing became a part of development team. So developers need to write unit tests, integration tests, performance tests. So some is that's transferred to developers positions, to SDEs, and other to DevOps positions. But the nature of our backend services is complex. We're dealing with video and audio streaming, and it is hard to automate such services 100%. So we still have manual testing to confirm that everything works for the end user after the new version of the backend service is deployed. So in order to automate that, we tried to reuse the solutions and labs that we had on mobile and firmware parts sites, and we developed end-to-end tests with real devices, which we run after the new version of the backend service deployed to environment. And we added it as an additional step in the pipelines to check, to confirm that everything works after deployment to production or release environments. So this is briefly our evolution in the cloud side.
Yeah, and let's speak a little bit about the current role of SDET and the main skills that the engineer need to share. So the first one is communication, because let's imagine a situation where a new device is going to be produced and released to the market, and you are the one who is responsible for test automation in scope of development cycle of this product. So you have to figure out what are the key features for this product. Are they the same as for the previous ones, or maybe they are not? Are they implemented the same way or differently? And you have to communicate with developers, QAs, QA managers, TPMs as for the release schedule, some timelines, and so on. And you have to, based on that, you have to make a lot of different decisions in your work. So where you apply your testing, how you're reporting, what you do test, what you don't. And so in this situation, communication is the key. And that's why one of the main skills, it is communication.
Yeah, and the other key skill is ensure that we have a good quality. Of course, it's all about quality assurance. So let's take, for example, that we successfully launched our new device on the market, and customer bought it in the store after a while, and he brings it home and tries to set up. So setup process is pretty much the same as the setup of your robot vacuum cleaner at home. So you install an app, scan QR code, pair your device with an app, and then you're able to manage your device from the mobile application. And the firmware updates over the year after that. So in our case, user tries to set up a new device and fails. What possibly could go wrong? It's a new device, everything tested. So the problem is that since the device was produced, the version of firmware has changed, the version of mobile app has changed. So it's all about changes. The thing is that when the device is produced, it has a mass production firmware version. And since it is not updated because it wasn't online, it wasn't paired to any user. But when the user installs an app, he installs the latest version from the App Store. And it might be the case that the recent latest app doesn't work with the firmware, and no one thought about that before. So in order to test it, we need to test how our app working with each version of this mass production firmware. And no one did that, and no one owned that. So we brought this thing up, and we introduced this process into the app releases. And also, it's all about test automation frameworks and tools, as that's developing frameworks and tools. And if we take that example of setting up a new device further, then it's pretty hard to automate it because you need to have a QR code, you need to scan it. And in order to do that, we developed an app which generates QR code. We placed one phone in front of another, and the other phone is able to scan QR code. And after the setup, we also printed these OK letters in front of our, and put them in front of our devices. And we able to recognize this picture and see if we are able to recognize these OK letters. And that way we confirm that setup went well, successful. In order to do this, we have labs. We need to manage all these phones, physical devices, real devices. We need to manage user accounts. So we created a bunch of different tools and services for that. And more details you could find using the QR codes on the screen.
Yeah, another skill is to develop and maintain laboratories, and not only develop to maintain them, but to also use them in order to ensure that they help you in your day-to-day work when you're trying to test your products and make them better. So, but there are not a lot of out-of-the-box solutions for the things that we need. For example, managing mobile phones or managing hardware devices, such as we have in production. That's why you need to do it by your own. And in this case, as that's responsible for development and management infrastructure for laboratories, managing stands, and also like creating some infrastructure for monitoring these laboratories and ensuring that hundreds of different hardware devices that you have there, they are healthy and they're ready to be tested, or they're ready for testing activities. And also there are some technical details in our talks on YouTube. So if you want to know more, just use the links in the QR codes. And the other skill that is really important is to be able to bring some new stuff, bring some new ideas into your work. So it's research and development, research and investigation. So for example, when you have a hardware device and you need to test the protocol of communication between mobile phone and hardware device. So sometimes it's hard to replicate some negative scenarios or when something goes wrong, or maybe edge cases with all the real hardware. And you need to emulate it in some way. So for example, we had this problem and we solved it like creating hardware mock for our hardware device so that we can test the protocol of communication between mobile phone and hardware device in whatever way we need. Yeah.
And last but not least skill that our SDET have is training and mentorship. In order for test automation to scale, we need a lot of engineers able to contribute to it. So we trained our developers and QAs on test automation. Actually, our QAs are very motivated and want to learn these skills. So during the last 3 years, we trained a lot of QAs. And as a result, we have much better communication with our QAs. They write test case with the test automation in mind from the first place. and they contribute regularly on a monthly basis into the test automation. They write test automation scripts. And actually, 3 QAs moved to SDET positions during this time. There's a question, of course, are they really SDETs? But what they really have, they have product knowledge, the context, the processes, and also they obtained the technical skills, and eventually they become good SDETs, and we have good examples of that. Which brings the question, what is the difference between the SDETs and QA automation role? Because many of us started as QA, so QA automation, but now we are SDETs. So we think that the difference is the following. SDETs are very close to developers because the main activity that we do, we develop code. Alex?
Yeah, and the other thing is when you're working as an SDET, you have to have this so-called helicopter view. So you need to know how the system work all together, how they integrate, and also you have to have detailed knowledge about how the components work, and also be able to create some new tooling or new systems that you will use in your daily work during your test automation activities.
So it's simply about creating frameworks and tools and have deep understanding about the whole process of software development, all the release cycle. And on the other hand, QAs are using the existing frameworks and tools in order to write test scripts, automate test cases. And in our organization, we don't have QA automation role. QA automation is a responsibility also of our QAs. They contribute to test automation by writing new test automation scripts. And as that job is in between QA, SD, and also DevOps, because we also create infrastructure, we develop infrastructure as a code, we manage infrastructure for our test automation. So we are in between these two roles.
Yeah, and we are moving to the end of our presentation. So let's take a little bit, like look back on what we said and try to sum up everything all together.
Yes, if we look back in the beginning of 2000s, nothing changed a lot because the definition of software development engineer and test is still actual. Software development engineers and test develop frameworks, tools, and influence product quality on different levels.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, as we all know, no one wakes up early in the morning with a dream of becoming an SDET, and you are not choosing this role, but this role chooses you. So with that, you gain an unlimited opportunities of impacting the quality of the product and the development of the product, as well as learning new stuff and develop technically.
Yes, and no one regrets choosing the SDET role, at least in our organization. And from our perspective, there are a few startups have SDET vacancies, while big tech companies have a lot of SDET positions open. And SDET is a sign of mature product. So that's why we are hiring. We have open positions of SDET engineers in Java and Python stacks.
Yeah. And there are links to our LinkedIn profiles in case you'd like to ask some questions or maybe just have some good discussion. Please write us there. We're always happy to communicate. And again, the last one is the link to our playlist on YouTube. So there are some technical details, technical talks there regarding our work. And that's pretty much it. So
thanks for your attention.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great day.
I am, he is. She is, we are Squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача, музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we are Squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляється. Команда должна бути така, которая тебе вовремя дасть пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad. I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is, she is, we are Squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Ну а потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. А work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Just imagine you have a software or hardware product, you have a test strategy, you have test plan, a big set of test cases, every test case passed well, but do you think user cannot find a bug in your product? Hello, my name is Ivan Pushechnikov, and I would like to tell you about targeted exploratory testing and about my cases in this area. Also, I will give you some advice about how to perform targeted exploratory testing, how to open your creative potential, and to be maximum useful for developers who use result of this work. So now a few words about my experience. I started to work of quality assurance engineer about 15 years ago, and I started from railway parts. As an acoustic, I had to check these parts by ultrasonic. I checked whether they have no defects and whether they could be used in trains to make safety transportation, to make all passengers in safe in all ways. Well, it is very responsible work, but next my job positions were more interesting. One of them is in area of physical access control systems. What is it? It is doors, turnstiles, and other control points which any person can pass in or out using a card. I will tell about these systems a lot today, but my experience not only in these two areas. Also, I worked in bank transaction, in forex trading companies, in enterprise management companies. I tested some gadgets. I tested many kind of hardware, and now I test automobile hardware and software. So I have more than 10 years experience in manual testing and about 2 years of automation testing. Okay, what is targeted exploratory testing? Maybe you think that this is something like ad hoc testing, but I think it's not. Now I want to tell about such kind of exploratory testing, which is targeted to reproducing a possible issue. So it can be named targeted exploratory testing. Sometimes issue could be found by a user, not a tester, And this is a huge problem because in this case sometimes nobody know how to reproduce this issue. All tests passed well, so in usual test case we have no way, no steps to reproduce this issue. A developer cannot reproduce this issue as well, and good decision is to do this task, targeted exploratory testing. In this task, a QA engineer use any way, use any tools he want, but he need to achieve one target: reproduce this issue. And it will be very useful for developers, very useful for company, because if issue has been found by user, so user is very interested in fast resolving this issue, and the company will a company wants to do it as soon as possible. So what do we have on starting targeted exploratory testing? We have no test cases, we have no plans, we have almost no documents about issue and about step to reproduce it, but you can get some information from user or from maybe developer who only suggest to reproduce this issue. Well, so you can do anything. You can open your creativity, and everybody wait to get a result. Result must be written down in details, step by step, how to reproduce this issue with maximum possible frequency. Well, let's do a step back, and I want to tell you about an interesting case with testing physical access control systems. I worked in not big team. We have no automation testers. Everybody tests everything by manual. But we have a problem, because physical access control system has many control points. In each control points, in reality, it can be hundreds of passages by a day. So we need a way to emulate this this situation. What we have? We have every needed equipment, control modules of this system, servers, database servers, many readers, and sometimes thousands of cards. This is like in reality, because in one organization maybe many control points, maybe many persons who can come inside, who can entrance and exit every day. in morning, in evening, go on lunch, any perhaps by in this company, and we need to emulate every event which could be performed in the system. The typical work cycle of system is the next. Somebody, a person, come to organization building. He have a card, and he bring a card to a reader at the control point. In this moment, system reads this card. System look for information in database, and it makes a decision about to deny or to access this person in this control point. So after this action, a person could be stopped at this point, or it can pass through the door or through the turnstile, and this work cycles might repeat 1,000 times of a day. So this information about passages or stopping persons are logged in files or in databases. Also in systems could be performed some another actions like pressing a button on control panel, like some interrupting of system, loss of internet connection, and so on and so on. Every of this event we need to emulate. So what we do? We also have only two hands, therefore we cannot bring cards to many readers in one time. We cannot press many buttons in one time. But what we can do? We created many scripts, and each script was assigned to a card. These scripts covered all our events which we need to test. So by bringing a card to a reader, we can start needed script, and we can do needed action. Every action which could be performed in this system. So we in this way we had a system to emulate every event in our tested system, in our object of testing, by only one action, by bringing a card to a reader. But issue is still present. How can we bring many cards to many readers? And my friends, Vladimir Korolev, invented very interesting devices, no, not one device, but many devices to bring cards to readers. And most interesting of these methods was in using keyboard drawer under his table. So how it could be done? He put some cards on this drawer, and he put some card readers on the table. Then he could move keyboard drawer forward or move back, and each time all these cards on the drawer was brought to readers on the table. And it causes running needed scripts, performing every events which we need to do in our tested systems. So, in this simple way, we could perform every test cases which we need. Every test cases, and we could do thousands of bringing cards to readers and any other actions in systems. It was much more simple, and it let us do all our tasks, perform all our tests much more fast. Okay, that was about creativity in our work, and now I want to tell about one case which is directly correspondent with targeted exploratory testing. It was in one company, which is not my company. It was many years ago, more than 10 years ago. So now you will not able to reproduce this issue. Please remember this. This issue was quickly resolved, and it was not in my company. Okay. Issue was in physical control access system. When some person without card tried to pass through turnstile, he can do this. But how? Nobody knows. Without card, without any pressing buttons on control panel, without any login information in database. Nobody knows how it is possible, because everything works good, works well, but a person who has no card at all can pass turnstile through. So, specialists from developers department, from quality assurance department, was thinking how to reproduce this issue. At the start point, they had no ideas how to reproduce. They tried any ways, any program tools, and then they tried hardware tools. One of QA engineers resolved this task by using electrical gas lighter. The cause was in static electricity only, and he showed everybody how to reproduce this issue with a simple electric gas lighter. So electric gaslighter generates about 10 kilovolt potential, which was used as a static electricity, and this causes rebooting of turnstile module, and it gives person about half second to pass this turnstile. How it was performed in reality? In reality, a person had outwear. He take it off and walk to the turnstile. These actions let him generate static potential on his body. When he touched a turnstile was rebooted. So issue was reproduced in very good frequency, and developers can resolve it. Issue was resolved by many ways in the time, by making good grounding, by changing some electrical elements, by choosing another kind of materials for turnstile module, and so on. So now you cannot reproduce this issue in any existing turnstile modules. Don't try. Well, now I want to tell about another kind of issue, which is very important because in testing environment we frequently cannot reproduce such kind of issues. You maybe know that some systems consist of many different parts. Sometimes these parts located in different places with long distances, and sometimes these parts may be inside of one server, because in one PC we can run many threads, many processes, and in each process could be done some actions, but consequence of performing these actions could be different in different kind of environment. So that is the problem, because in user's environment these actions could be performed in another quick sequence as it was performed in a testing laboratory, in testing environment. So in a user case we could get such test cases which we had not passed in laboratory. So what I want to say, one test case could be divided to two test cases in two different environments because of rising, because some actions inside system could be performed in another sequence. I think you understand. But I will show you a case when I face it with this problem, and I am sure you will understand in details everything. Before I tell this case, I want to say that we can emulate such kind of issue by slowing down some processes, maybe on client side, maybe on server side, by interruption processes, interruption junction between electrical parts, and many other tools could be used to try to reproduce these issues. It's hard. You will never be sure that it gives you a result, but you can try many ways, and one time maybe you will find a way which reproduce a needed issue with maximal frequency. That is what you need to reproduce an issue with maximal frequency. Well, now about my case. It was in accounting department. Which use our product to make some accounting operations. Among them was operation of creating an invoice. In this action, accounting specialist create one by one each items in invoice and then press a button save. In this moment, invoices sending to server part. Here it write down this invoice to database, and in the next second, user sees that invoice is saved, but in my case, invoice had doubled items in it. Interesting is that another accounting specialist did invoices, made invoices well without doubling. Our quality assurance specialist also check everything, and never invoices have been doubled. But one user do it many times. Nobody knows why. Nobody knows how do. He don't want to do it because it's his work. He want to do it very well, but invoices still was made with doubling. Why? We assumed that the problem is in SQL script, because sometimes mistakes in SQL scripts causes such kind of doubling information. We checked many times these scripts, but useless. We checked server part, we checked client part, but developers could not find any possible ways to reproduce this issue. Testers also cannot find. But one of testers tried to do double clicks. Why double clicks? In test cases, which was used for this invoice, every time used only one click to save this invoice. But the user may press mouse twice. Okay. But first trying to reproduce by double clicking was also not useful. And we tried more and more. Everybody tried to reproduce also by double clicking of mouse button. And one time it was performed. One tester could reproduce it by clicking twice. Because of this racing issue. So, reason of reproducing is mostly in time between two clicks on mouse. If this time is too short, in this case, a client part of system could not react to second click, and everything was good. If this time was too long, client part send request, server part write down information and send feedback, and client part block button save invoice, block this button, and the second click so block it. But in some kind of time between two clicks, we had this issue exactly, because button was not blocked and the second request was sent to server. So server received two requests by one invoice. Therefore, it saves this invoice in a doubled manner. Well, very hard to reproduce, very difficult issue, but very easy was to resolve it. Developer just blocked button save invoice in that moment when it was pressed once. So in any case after this, second pressing button save invoice do nothing. So after this update, we have never faced doubled invoices again. Problem was resolved. Well, now I want to make some piece of advice how to act before you have a resolution, before you have a way to reproduce needed issue, and after this moment. Well, before you have step to reproduce, before you have reproduced a needed issue, we have every possibilities you want. We have no plan which you want to stick. We have no test cases. we have almost no documentation about reproducing this issue because nobody might reproduce it before. So you can do anything. You can open your creativity potential and don't make limits. Don't stop yourself if you want to make some experiments. Do everything you want. Try everything you want to try, and I'm sure you will be on the right way. But sometimes result is negative. Sometimes we cannot reproduce targeted issue, and this is okay because you tried. You almost prove that issue will be not reproduced. But if you are victorious, if you reproduce the issue, so you know in what environment it was reproduced, you know what steps was performed. So you need to investigate it and write it down in details. You could remember experience of writing test cases. The result of targeted exploratory testing is something like writing a test case. You also need to write about environment, about steps, about needed result, expected result, and actual result. And developer will be easy for developer to resolve this issue if you give enough information. You know this. Also, it's useful to write down information which you get for yourself and for your team. Because some new information maybe not exist in corporate resources like Confluence, Wiki, and so on. So it will be very useful for future if you share with your colleagues with this information, and also it let you don't remember when you need to reproduce such kind of issue in future, or if you had target exploratory testing tasks in the future in this area of product. Also, it's good to write down all work what you performed doing this task. So your time will be logged correctly. Okay, and now time for questions and answers, and please write me on email, write me to social networks and so on. I'm really glad to contact everybody and to share our experience of quality assurance.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом 7 часов вечера, ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача, музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом 7 часов вечера, ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad. I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates. And love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones. And we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we are Squad, one of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Компания — это же не какая-то абстрактная сущность, это люди, с которыми ты общаешься.
Есть такая хорошая фраза: опереться можно только на то, что сопротивляется. Команда должна быть такая, которая тебе вовремя даст пушбек.
Мені важливо те, що я цих людей все ж таки знаю не один рік.
Немає роботи для одної людини. Завжди робота є для команди.
И когда получается командный успех, это очень таки вот приятно, скажем так.
Є там такий вислів, там, да, work hard, play hard.
Но потом в 7 часов вечера ноутбук закрывается, мотоцикл заводится.
Я хочу знати, куди прийшло життя. Я не хочу там в останні моменти думати, а що все?
Перш за все, складно заставити себе вийти з цього шаленого темпу, відволіктися, переключитися на щось інше.
Ты детям не объяснишь, что папа работает? Нет, папа сейчас играется.
Когда мы переключаем контексты, там, интеллектуальная задача, такая более интуитивная задача музыка, допустим, или физическая задача в спортзале.
В принципе, человек должен быть самореализованным. Как он этого достигает, у каждого это очень персонально. Work-life balance — это часть этой самореализации.
Это как в спорте. Самый главный твой противник — это ты сам.
I am, he is. She is, we, our squad. One of the biggest R&D centers in Ukraine. Ukraine is our home, and we're here to stay. We have offices in Kyiv, Lviv, Uzhhorod, but now we mostly work from home. We are fans of all things tech and love following the evolution. We pay attention to every detail. They bear all the sins. We support each other. We look forward to the next meetings with our teammates and love caring for our pets, 'cause who doesn't? Even though we miss our good friends, we meet new ones, and we are looking for more. What if you are the one? So if you like what you've heard about us, we would also love to hear about you. Join us and become a part of our team. Forget good. Do great in Squad.
Hello everyone, my name is Anton Boyko, and today I want to talk to you about Azure DevOps quality gates and how we can deliver apps with the predictable quality. So let's actually get started. Before we will get to the actual topic, I would like to say a few things about quality assurance in general. So we already know about all of those fancy practices like continuous integration that goes hand to hand with the automated unit testing. We know how to build our build artifact from the source code. We also know how to run the test automatically, and we also know how to measure the overall success and what the exact value we will get from automating our unit tests. But still, unit test is not about everything that you need to test, because let me actually show you this example here. So this is my source code. This is a very simple API controller created in .NET, and this is my test that I'm using to test the functional requirements, or let's say the logic that this controller is supposed to implement. And you can see that both of them are 10 lines of code, and actually the test itself is even longer than the code itself. But still, why I am not 100% happy with having this unit test that will technically cover each and every line that I have in my code. Because with that unit test, I will be enabled to cover those lines. I will be enabled to cover lines 1, 2, and 5. And technically, they should be covered. They will not affect the logic itself. They will not affect how my sum method is working, but they will definitely affect how the application will run on production. My point here is that it's not about that you need to test how Microsoft created those libraries, because those attributes that I were using here, they came from the official Microsoft packages. No, you need to test how exactly those attributes were used, or how exactly those third-party frameworks that you're using in your project were configured. That basically means, and I do believe you already know that besides unit testing, there are a lot of other kinds of testing, and my point here is that if with the unit testing everything is well known already, with the other kind of a testing it's not so simple and straightforward. So now let's talk a bit about the concept of the quality gates. So what quality gates can offer us to address those issues that I was highlighting. The thing here is that the quality gates, this is not the concept that is new to Azure DevOps, or not the concept that is new to the industry in general, but still what I see in a lot of projects that I'm consulting is that for some reason, even if the tool can do that, it's really rare that the engineers will use those capabilities. So let's say that you have your release pipeline. And let's say that your release pipeline will deploy your application to some of the environments, and first it will deploy your application to the dev environment, so you have some scripts or I don't know, like some pipeline steps, whatever, that will be responsible for deploying your application on this environment. But can you deploy your application to this environment? Is it safe? Is it a good time? Is it a good build? Is environment ready to accept new application deployment? To answer all of those questions, what Quality Gate can offer us, they can offer us the first part, the approvals part. The approvals part will be put before the deployment will try to get to the environment, and if we're talking about the approvers, then that will mean that someone will need to go there and explicitly say, okay, I accept this deployment. And the other thing is the gates. Under the gates, we do understand all the different kind of the automation. It can be, for example, a policy that will enforce you to deploy to the production environment only the builds that were built from the main branch of your repo. Or another example is it can be a policy that will allow you to deploy to your production environment only outside business hours, and so on and so forth. And of course, you can apply the same rules for all of your other environments, like the QA environment, and so on and so forth. So the big idea here is that you always have your build and release pipelines separately. With the build pipeline, everything is fine, everything is well known and well documented. But with the release pipeline, if you want to have more control, if you want to have more visibility on what and how will be deployed where, one of the options for you to do that will be to use the quality gates. And let's first talk a bit about the built-in quality gates, and to be honest, we already talked about them pretty much, so it will make more sense if I will just show you how you can configure those and how it can work. As you can see, dear viewers, I'm at Azure DevOps already. I went to the pipelines area, and from there I went to environments. And here you can already see a list of the environments that I've created for this demo a long time ago. And what I can do right now, let me show you how you can create a new environment. It's actually super simple, because the only thing you need to provide here is the unique environment name. In our case, let's use something like testing stage 2022. You can also link that environment to your Kubernetes cluster or some virtual machines, but we will not be doing that for now. So let's create this environment. Now, if we want to specify explicitly in our YAML pipelines that we want to deploy something to this environment, what we will need to do, there is a hint here. As you can see, you will need to use environment testing stage 2022. But we can also go here and work a bit on our approvals and checks that we intended from the beginning. So the idea here is that let's start with something really simple and straightforward, which you will probably have in all of your projects. Let's start with the manual approval. So with the manual approval, I need to specify a person or a few people who will approve each and every release for this specific environment. In this case, I will specify myself only. I can also add some optional text because each and every time someone will trigger a deployment for this environment, I will get a notification in my mailbox, and this text will be embedded in that email if needed. And also under the advanced, I can say that even though I was the person who triggered the deployment, I can still approve this deployment. If I am both, let's say, the one who triggered and I am both one of the approvers. And under the control options, I can say that 30 days will be my default timeout for that. So if in 30 days from the time when deployment was kicked in, I didn't go to Azure DevOps and I didn't explicitly specify that I want to either accept or reject that deployment, it will be still automatically treated as rejected and it will be cancelled in case the 30 days will pass without any interaction from my side. But anyway, let's create this one and let's talk about a few more quality gateways that technically you will also be using, or at least the probability of that is really high if you are not using them already. The first one is the branch control. As I was saying already, under the branch control, what you can do, you can specify that you will allow only artifacts from a specific branch to be deployed to this particular environment. By default, as you can see, it will allow all the branches, but I can specify that I want to accept only deployments from the main branch, so I will click here because I'm a bit lazy to type. I will copy this one from the example, and here I will just replace the branch name with main. Okay? Additionally, I can say that I want to verify that this branch is protected. What does it mean? It means that, for example, if I'm storing that branch in my Azure DevOps repos, then first of all, the direct commits needs to be disabled for the main branch. So the only way for me how I can put content, any content to the main branch is through the pull request. Additionally, I can configure those pull requests in a way that it will explicitly verify the quality of each pull request with some build validations, some test validations, and so on and so forth, but it needs to be done in a bit of a different area of the Azure DevOps, so we will not talk about that today. And also I can say that I want to ignore unknown protection status. If I really, use everything that I've got to make sure that I will deploy something decent. Let's create this quality gateway as well. Additionally, I can put a quality gateway for the business hours. And with the business hours, I can explicitly say that, for example, I'm allowing all the applications to this environment to be deployed only, as you can see in this sample, from Monday to Friday, so only during business days from 4 AM to 11. let's make it actually 8 a.m. And here I can also choose the time zone. In that case, if I want to deploy something to production, then I can deploy it before the business day will start, because the idea here is that on the next business day, basically, I will have my entire team there on their workplaces. So in case something will go really, really wrong, my team will be there, which will include, I don't know, like devs, cloud engineers, whatever else needs to be involved there, and they will be able to take a look at these issues right away. Create. And I can create as many quality gateways as I want, but let's for now leave the testing stage 2022 environment, and let's take a look at another environment that was already pre-configured upfront. So this is the dummy dev environment. It has only one quality gateway. It has only the approvals, and I don't know for what reason, but my picture is not loading here. But anyway, you can see that this is actually me. And what I do have here, I have a pipeline here, and this pipeline, it will try to mimic some kind of a dummy deployment, but it will use, even though for the dummy deployment, it will use those references for those environments. So as you can see, I have stage dev, and inside stage dev, I have basically two jobs. Let's say I need to configure my dev environment before I will be able to deploy to it. I don't know, that can be basically anything. Let's say that if I'm doing the kind of a blue-green deployment or something similar, I may want, for example, to reconfigure my load balancer a bit, pull out some servers from the cluster so I can deploy those servers and then put them back, and so on and so forth. So basically any kind of the configuration, and there I'm doing the actual deployment. But in both cases, as you can see, I'm referencing the dummy dev environment. So let me actually run it and show you how it will look like in terms of how it will look when I will need to approve this particular deployment. It may actually take a bit, because what it's doing now, it's trying to actually find a build agent and so on and so forth, but let's hope that it will not take a long time, and if it will, because we're recording, we will just do the fast forward. Okay, so what I basically did, I just refreshed the page, and what you can see that the deployment here stopped and 0 out of 1 checked pass, and it showed me that I need to review it. So when I will click here, I can either provide a comment if needed, and also I can reject or approve this particular deployment through the dev environment. Let's see that I'm approving it. So now 1 check passed, 1 of 1 basically, and now the actual deployment will be started. And as soon as this deployment will finish, and because we're having the dummy pipeline there, it will try to trigger the production and DR environments as well. So let's just wait for that. As you can see, the config dev is done. So now we just need to wait for the deploy dev, because if I remember correctly, the production and the DR will also need the explicit approval. And I was totally right. Now, as you can see, it will try to deploy to both of them in parallel, because this is how my release is configured. I'm deploying to dev, and then if everything is okay, I'm deploying to production and DR. I can click here, and then I can again say what I want to do with production, either approve or reject, and what I want to do with the DR. So I can approve it here, and I can reject it here. So here checked failed, and the deployment will not happen to my DR environment, but for the production, everything will be running. Yep, as you can see, everything behaves as expected. Why do you may want to use those manual approvals? What will be the usual flow? So we do have a few common scenarios in the project that I am working on right now. So the first scenario is to let's say, align a communication between dev and QA teams. For example, in case I don't know, I mean, like in case we can't, by any reason, use the ad hoc environments for each and every release. Let's say that, for example, those environments creation may not be automated, or those environments creation may be really, really long and time-consuming process. So that's why we have only one shared dev, one shared QA environment, and so on and so forth. With the quality gateways of the type of manual approval, what we can do, we can, for example, trigger the deployment to the dev environment, and then we can have a dev team lead that will need to explicitly approve that we are allowing to deploy to that environment. Why he may need to do that? It's because, for example, there may be some other activities that the dev team is running on their dedicated environment right now, and we don't want to interfere with those activities. We want to explicitly ask for permission to enter. And then, as soon as it was deployed to the dev environment, as I show you here for production NDR, in the same way, we can then try to push it to the QA environment. And the QA team, again, they may do something else on that environment right now, say, so they really need to know that the new release is coming, but they may want to finish some of their activities first, and only after that allow the new deployment to come into their environment. And the other thing, how we were using that, is, for example, if we as a contractors were working for another company, and for that company we, let's say, ship new versions of the software, let's say we create new versions of their website or something like that, and from our end we can always push, like those new deployments to their site, but on their end there needs to be a person, an owner of that production environment. And the idea here is that from our side we may do have a bunch of lower level environments, we run our test automation, we took all the precautions to make sure that the deployment and the quality of the product will be on a top level, but still only a person at that site will know exactly what business is doing right now. So we may trigger the new deployment to their side, but for example, they run some marketing campaign, and that campaign will run for, I don't know, let's say the whole week. So that person may want to say, okay, it's really cool that you have new deployment, but let's postpone it for a few days, and when the marketing campaign will over, only after that, when we will be on a safe side, I will accept the actual deployment. So those are the usual cases that we see that the manual approval is actually really, really useful. But let me show you another one. So what I have here, I have the test environment, and this test environment has another really, really interesting quality gateway. So let me show it to you. So the quality gateway here is required template. And the idea here is that I want, for example, to specify explicitly that if you want to deploy something to this environment, then you will need to use my deployment template. What may be the reasons for that? In my deployment template, I may have, like an additional steps that needs to be used to comply with some enterprise regulations and so on and so forth. For example, as I was saying, I may want to run some security scans. I may want to run some, I don't know, like static code analyzers, and I want to be 100% sure that the thing that you are trying to deploy to this environment will comply with not only my regulations, not only the industry regulations, but also with the way how we are deploying things in general. Because let me actually give you this example. So let's say that when we're doing the blue-green deployment, we have an explicit rule that we will deploy, For example, if the blue environment is active now, we will deploy it to green environment first. Then, after the deploy is finished, we will try to use some, I don't know, like internal or other kind of URLs to warm up this website, and only when the website warmed up, only after that, we will basically put this node back to the load balancer. So in case you have this flow, you may say, okay, this is how I will take this node out of the load balancer. This is how I will warm up the website. This is how I will basically put this node back into the cluster. And those placeholders, or like those steps that you can put in between, you can put them in between in the separate template. So let me show you what I have here. This is my base template. This is the template that needs to be used if I want to deploy to that particular environment. As you can see, here I'm having basically the regular Azure DevOps pipeline template, and I'm running some pre-deployment jobs. Again, those are just dummy jobs, but nonetheless. Then I'm doing the actual deployment. I'm specifying that I will be deploying that to test environments, and I'm saying that when you will be using this template, you will have a one parameter called build steps. It will be the type of step list, and you can put all of your custom steps to do the actual deployment here. So I don't care how exactly you will upload the new binaries, the new version of the code to this particular environment, but what I care is that I will run some predefined jobs upfront, and also I will run some predefined jobs afterwards. So when we were working with the big enterprises, how we were using that, technically, we can even separate those pipelines and put them into two different repos. So that is why, for example, for the security team or compliance team or any other team, basically, we may have a dedicated repo. They will be working on those templates in that repo. They will define all of those rules for us, and then they will also create those environments for us. They will force us to use those environments, and they will force us to use their templates to make sure that, again, everything that needs to be done in terms of compliance was performed. And I have some pipelines that I can use. For example, this is the first pipeline. This is the valid pipeline. This pipeline will use this pipeline-based deploy YAML file. It will deploy to test environment. So what I can do, I can run this pipeline. I will run it, and we will see how it will work. As you can see, there are 3 jobs here. They will be queued. For now, there is no restriction that all of them needs to run one after another. I'm running them in parallel, and the thing why I'm running them in parallel is because it's just, you know, like easier for the demo purposes. And as you can see, the first part succeeded, and as you can see here, one check passed, and that check was about the required template. And while this one is trying to finish, it will finish successfully. I have no doubts about that. I do have the invalid pipeline here. Let me show it to you. So the invalid pipeline, it does not inherit the base pipeline, although it copies everything that I have in my base pipeline. So if you will take a closer look here, what I have here, I have the same VM image for my build agents, the Ubuntu version 20. I have some pre-deploy, I have some post-deploy, I have some actual deploy steps, and here I'm having the same stuff, but without that template. So let me try to run it, and you will see what will happen. I'm trying to run it, but I will be unable to do that. I will fail at this stage. I will fail at the actual deploy stage, because when I will try to deploy to that environment, it will see that I'm not inheriting that pipeline, and because even though I have the same content, still technically inheritance is an inheritance. So I need to inherit that, otherwise I will be unable to deploy. Let me just try to refresh the page, because yeah, as you can see, it failed. 0 of 1 checks pass, and that was exactly that required template. Okay, so now you know what you can use out of the box. But what if you need to use something that is outside of that box? So in that case, you can use the custom quality gates. And the scenarios for those will be the following. Let's start with something really simple. Let's start with the simple implementation of a custom quality gate. So we have our Azure DevOps, and our Azure DevOps will pull the build artifact from the build pipeline and will be ready to deploy it. Then it will actually deploy it to something like Azure App Services. For example, we'll be deploying the new version of our web app. And the Azure App Services, as soon as it will get this new version, it will start reporting potentially some new metrics to Azure Monitor and so on and so forth. But at the same time, we can use this custom quality gate. We can ask Azure DevOps to call an external API, invoke a function that is deployed somewhere. We don't care exactly where, we just need to understand that from the Azure DevOps controller, so from the public internet, there should be a way to call this specific URL. And then we will wait synchronously to get a response back. So you will be limited by the timeout period, because if you will be unable to generate that response in that short timeout, then the quality gateway will fail basically with the timeout error and will be considered as failed. But anyway, what you can do with this one, there are again a lot of scenarios, which starts with something like a really simple stuff. For example, the notification to the environment owners or something like that, that hey, we are about to deploy some new application, or we already deployed that new application. This is probably not so really interesting, because technically you can do that with the simple step in your build pipeline and it will work more or less in the same way, but nonetheless it can be something a bit more complicated. You can use, first of all, not one but many gateways, and those gateways, they can go and check, for example, some internals of your new deployment. They can go and check, for example, those metrics from Azure Monitor and make sure that everything is okay, make sure that deploy actually happened, and so on and so forth. So, saying that, let me actually show you how easy it is to implement that, and let me show you what kind of an information you will get to basically create your simple quality gateway. We are back on Azure DevOps Portal, and here I'm having the environment blue. Basically the pipeline that I will show you will emulate the blue-green deployment. The first environment that we will use to deploy our code is blue, and let's go and check what we have in our approvals and check. I already have the pre-configured invoke Azure Function Quality Gateway. Technically, I can do the same with invoke REST API, like general REST API method, but it was just easier for me to do that with the Azure functions, because the code that I'm about to show you in a few moments is hosted on top of the Azure functions. So let me open this. What do I have here? The display name, that's fine. Then the Azure function URL. This URL includes, as you can see, the protocol, the domain name, and also the path to the exact HTTP triggered function. Then the function key. If you're a bit familiar with the Azure functions, you know that there is a way for you how you can specify that to call or to trigger this particular function, you need to specify a security key in your request. This is what we're doing right now to kind of protect our quality gateway from being triggered by some strangers from the internet. The next one is the method, of course, which we will be using to trigger that. In this case, it's post. Then we have the collection of custom headers that will be included into that request. Also, we have the query parameters, and also we have the body. So we can control all of that from here. Then under the advanced, what we have the API response as a completion event. So what is important here is that if we're specifying the API response, that means that the Azure DevOps will do the API request, and in the response it should be either HTTP 200 or HTTP 500, basically specifying that either everything went well and the gateway is green, we're allowed to pass, or everything is bad and we're not allowed to pass through our gate. In addition to that, if you want, what you can do, you can configure some success criteria if you want to analyze the response body additionally to analyzing the status, then that can be configured here as well. Then the control options. Here, what you can specify what will be the period between the re-evaluation of your gateway. So in case one or more gateway failed, in case you have more of them than just one, like in my example, they needs to be re-evaluated, and each and every gateway configures its own re-evaluation time. In this case, it's 30 minutes. But nonetheless, this is relatively easy to configure. Let me actually show you the actual code that I'm hosting on top of my Azure Functions. So this is the code. As you can see, it's actually pretty much simple and straightforward. I'm basically just doing a lot of logging here, but the really important part is this one. This is literally the only one that matters, because I'm always sending back the HTTP 200, that gateway will always be green. But again, I was using the Azure Functions here. If you don't want to use Azure Functions, if you want to use your own custom API based on .NET, Java, Python, whatever, if you want to host it not in Azure but on-prem or in any other cloud, that's fine. The only thing that you need to consider is that from the Azure DevOps public IP address, it needs to be possible to reach that exact URL that you will specify here. But nonetheless, this code will be deployed there, and let me actually run the pipeline and show you what will happen. So we have two stages, deploy to blue and deploy to green. The deploy to blue stage, as you can see, the now job is pending. Let's actually get back and let's, I just wanted to refresh the page, but as you can see, one check passed, and this was the check of simple gate. What we can, what we can do here, we can open it and we can see that the response code was no content, but in any case that was fine. That was still HTTP 200 code, so that was exactly what we were expecting here. And that was pretty simple with the simple gateway. So let's actually get back to the presentation. Okay, so that part was pretty simple, like intended, but life is not always as simple as in my previous demo. Usually it's a bit more complicated. So what you can do if you need to do a more complicated scenario for your quality gate. In that case, you will use the, again, custom quality gateway, but you will use it in a bit different way. So the first half of the scenario will be the same. Your Azure DevOps will pull the artifact, it will deploy the new version to the Azure App Service, the Azure App Service will start to report something to Azure Monitor and and the Azure DevOps will also call another URL another API, but now it will call it in a bit different way. And by a bit different way, I want to say that in this case, the Azure DevOps will not wait for the response in a synchronous mode. This facade here that will accept this call from Azure DevOps will respond back immediately, releasing basically the thread and so on and so forth. But before that, what it will do, it will grab all the information required, sent from Azure DevOps actually, that we will need to use to do the callback later, and it will be able to, for example, I don't know, submit a task in a queue or something like that. So the other agent will then pick it up from the queue, run some long-running job, and so on and so forth, produce the results, conclude were they successful or not, and only after that report back to the Azure DevOps controller, saying that this particular quality gateway was successful or this particular quality gateway was unsuccessful. So what can be an application of those? As you can see, now you are not really limited by the timeout of the HTTP request response flow. So now you can run something like, for example, security checks, maybe some penetration test, maybe some performance testing, or any other kind of load testing activities, and so on and so forth. Okay, so those can be the scenarios for you, but probably you are wondering that, hey, I can actually also make those a part of my actual pipeline. So why should I need to bother with quality gateways? Why do I need to learn some new technology and so on and so forth? So this is actually a good question, because to answer that question, we need to get a bit back to the actual billing model of the Azure DevOps. And the billing model of Azure DevOps works the following. So even though you are using this service in the cloud, you're not technically paying by the amount of minutes that you are using, by the amount of build minutes that you are using. You're technically paying for the total amount of agents that you can use for your build automation. And each agent is able to run only one pipeline at a time, which will basically mean that if you have your performance test, which is supposed to run for like, I don't know, 30 minutes, then what it will actually be, you will deploy your app, and then if you have everything within your pipeline, you will deploy your app, then your pipeline will usually start some external third party or maybe first party, I don't know, and it actually doesn't really matter, start some farm with the virtual agents that will be able to hit your application with the hammer for, as we were saying, those 30 minutes, and then you will get the performance results back, but for those 30 minutes your pipeline will be there just waiting for basically nothing. It will just spend that time without doing any useful job. So that's why you can use more complex quality gateways, and in that way you can release your pipeline. You can just trigger that run with your custom quality gateway, and then as soon as after those 30 minutes or whatever the results will get back to you, you will be able to integrate those results back to your Azure DevOps dashboard. And this is an important part of it, because when I'm telling that means that you will have a dashboard, and on that one single dashboard you will be able to trace everything that you need related to this particular deployment. Saying that, let's actually go and see how it works in the code. The second environment that I have here to deploy my a bit more complex example is called the environment green. Let's check how everything is configured here. More or less in the same way. The display name, a bit different Azure function URL, different function key, but still post method, still the collection of custom headers, some query parameters, the body, but under the advanced, and I do believe that this is the only one difference that actually is so significant, is that now it's not API response but a callback. Okay, and what is extremely important is that when you are doing the callback, now you want to make sure from the Azure DevOps side that no one from the internet will be just, like guess, let's say, the API URL and call it and somehow modify your gateway results. So that is why now I want to pay a bit more attention on what we send in the actual headers. In the headers, we actually send everything that is needed for us to make a callback later. So let's put a pin in it, and then let me show you the actual code. So here our complex gateway consists of two parts. It consists of two functions within a different function app. The first function is triggered by the post method, more or less look exactly like the previous function from the previous example. But now what I'm doing here, please pay attention. I'm creating the parameters object and I'm filling out query, headers, and also the body raw property of that parameters object. And then I'm also having a queue here, so this function, it will be triggered by the HTTP, but it's also connected to the queue with the name gateway. And then I'm just adding, I'm serializing my parameters object into JSON, because in a nutshell, basically all the messages that are there in the queue are just strings. And I'm serializing it to JSON and sending it back to the queue, and I'm returning the control back. So on this one, I'm generating the HTTP OK response, but still, because this is the callback type quality gateway, despite I'm having the OK code here, the gateway itself will still wait for an explicit callback. And this is another function that I have here. Now this one will be triggered by a queue, basically by the same queue, so basically by the same message that I sent from my previous function. And it will emulate that something really important is happening for the 3 minutes. Then it will basically deserialize that string message, and again, it will put everything in the log. Let's assume that all things related to the quality check itself already were successful. So what we will need to do now, we will need to construct a URL. Okay, and here is how we are constructing it. We're grabbing the plan URL property from our headers, the project ID property from our headers. Then we are using basically this predefined path, APIs, distributed tasks, hubs, then again hub name from our headers / plans, plan ID from our headers, and the events, and we will be using the API version 2.0. So, but this is just the URL, okay? Now we need to actually construct the payload of that callback. So the name of the payload will be the task completed, and this is probably the most important part of this payload, is that we can either specify that it succeeded or it failed. Also, we're specifying the job ID and the task ID, serializing it back to JSON, and then with this code we're performing the callback to that URL with that payload. And as you can see here, from the headers again, we are grabbing the auth token, we are grabbing the one-time short-lived time security token that is needed, that was generated by Azure DevOps automatically for us, that is needed for us to call it back and successfully report the results. So what I can do now, I can go to my pipelines and I can run them again. Let's run it. Again, that will be the same pipeline. The deploy to the blue environment will pass, and we're not really interested into that because we already saw that this is working. But now we will be looking at deploy to green, and I would like to highlight a few things as soon as the deployment to green will start. So the first thing that I would like to highlight is that I will show that you actually right now that see the deployment started, 0 out of 1 checks passed. If we will open it, we will see the complex gateway here. If we will open this one, we will see that this is the first attempt, again in case we will need to evaluate it and so on and so forth, and we already got the response. So we already got the response from our, let's say, facade function. The HTTP function finished successfully and it sent that message to the queue. If you remember, then according to our code, we will need to wait for 3 minutes, and after 3 minutes, the callback will arrive, and this way, this gateway will allow us to proceed further. So let's use again some cinema magic here and do some fast forward. Okay, so as you can see here, now we actually get a callback. So if I will open this guy here, I will see, I will see that now it's green, everything is fine, everything was successful, and in total our pipeline took 3 minutes 41 seconds, of course, because the Azure DevOps will measure that from the start to the end of the pipeline, because we had not only that 3 minutes delay in our function, that's why we get those 41 extra seconds. But nonetheless, my point here was the following, that with this kind of a technique, what you can do, you can get the control outside your pipeline. You can trigger any long-running task that will be able to verify that your actual deployment went as expected. And again, if needed, you can assign more than 1 quality gateways at the same time to the same environment. They will all run in parallel, and yeah, that will allow you to ensure that your deployments actually are more stable, more successful, or at least more predictable. So thanks everyone for attending my session, and now I invite you to the chat for the Q&A session. See you there!
Thank you all for being here with us today. I hope you enjoyed the conference and received answers for all your questions. Within 2 weeks, you will receive email with the recording, so if you missed an interesting talk, don't worry. Before we close the conference, I would like to say thank you to our speakers. Thank you very much for your time, dedication, and for your knowledge you are sharing with the software testing community. And also big thanks to our sponsors. Our general sponsor, Squad Company, our platinum sponsors, Wirex and Mentor, and finally our gold partner, Luxoft Company. I hope to see you on Testing Stage 2023. Glory to Ukraine!